That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And a good morning to you, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan with the entire squad back together again. Sean Sharif, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And back from vacation, Ralph James Choppy.
Gentlemen, how was it? It was great. Waking up in the morning is not the easiest thing the first day back. It is not. Even though, I woke up early on the trip to get to these golf courses by 7 o'clock, but I did not expect the that hurts in the morning. That hurts.
Even with it being 6.
Yeah, it's still it does not. It's not great, but it's gonna be back.
Oxnard type weather all over again.
Cooler, much cooler. We would wake up, it'd be in the 40s. It was in the 40s at 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. Highs were low. I mean, the highs were like 68 to 72 the entire time. So that was kind of Oxnardy. But the morning weather was much cooler. Much cooler.
Did you get your hole-in-one?
I did not get my hole-in-one. I did not come close to getting my hole-in-one. I developed some real bad habits on the golf course this week. I tweaked my back, so I was having to use more hands. And now I've just developed a snap hook, which was good, though, because I was trying to get my handicap up. That was the whole goal of this trip, was to get my handicap up. I don't want it to go down. Down is bad. Up is good.
Okay. Take note of that, Bobby.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. You don't got to tell me.
Yeah. So, down is really actually good. You want it to go down, but not me anymore. I'm past that. Now I want somebody to give me strokes when we're playing the game. So
I bet you do.
Yeah, I do. So when Derek Holland comes calling for you got a big money game, you got to get your handicap out there. And I'm like, yeah, my handicap. The last time I took my handicap was probably like 2002. So I need to get this thing up. So my entire goal this week was to shoot in the. I didn't want to shoot in the 70s. I wanted to shoot in the 80s. And I accomplished quite a bit of that.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
The back helped. Having a bad back was crucial for that.
Yeah, I saw you with your Hakeem Olajuwon type finger tape, and I don't know if that's from blisters.
That's from blisters.
Strokes.
Look at that. Look at that blister. Look at that. Just my finger. Just it's a callus now.
I
but
don't
I've got
say anything.
That right there. That little. Anyway. It's I
Gets to find your bell on the phone again.
I know, right? I need to. Broke my finger years ago, and I just can't. I can't play without getting blisters. But the weather was so good, I didn't really sweat. So there's no real risk of blister. It's just like a comfort.
Bobby would have been good to go in his sweatshirt.
He would have been. You would have loved it for the sweatshirt usage you have. Because when we got off the plane in DFW at 7:30 at night, man,
it hit you.
It slaps you in the face.
And we got a cold front last week, so you came back to some cooler temperatures.
Yeah, this is nice. This is kind of pleasant.
Like 110 while I was gone, wasn't it?
Yeah, like we feel like we're on Mackinac Island right now.
Speaking of breaks, we start off. We'll get the star up, star down from the Cowboys-Chargers game at 6:20 this morning. We have a Rangers ticket giveaway during the commercial-free Expressway, and Charles Haley live in studio at 9 o'clock, so buckle up for that. But we start with the stress fracture in the foot for Deron Bland, out 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, and I was riding down the elevator, heading down for postgame. I was riding down with David Abruzzi from Cowboys PR.
Well,
and I asked him, I was like, how much of a high do you get just like looking around the press box and watching when you get to send the entire beat scrambling? Like when you fire off an email, you get to break a story. You scoop Rappaport and Schefter and everybody else. He's like, it does feel pretty good to scoop you guys sometimes and make sure you guys didn't get a hold of something. But
I'm sure it gives them a great high to say one of their best players is out 6 to 8 weeks.
Gives them a high to
make
beat
everyone more cheery in the building.
It gives them a high to scoop us, is what it is.
Anyway, no one cares about what David Abruzzi breaks. Let's talk about what Deron Bland broke.
Yes. Not a full break. A stress fracture. This is the same injury that Des Bryant experienced on his foot a number of years ago. DeMarcus Lawrence. They had full breaks, apparently, though. This is not that. This is a stress fracture, something that does require surgery. 6 to 8 weeks is the word. This is going to be on the all expectations are this is going to be on the more conservative end of this. And that I think Jerry said 4 or 5 games. I think the expectation from everybody right now is 4 games that he would be back for Pittsburgh at the beginning of October. So basically you're looking at he's out for September, first 4 games of the season, which is Cleveland, New Orleans, Baltimore, and the Giants. And then he's back for Pittsburgh on Sunday Night Football. But just a really tough way to start things given the rest of your cornerback group is it's a rookie, Kalen Carson. It's a guy coming off an ACL, Trayvon Diggs. It's a 30-year-old, undersized corner in Jordan Lewis.
And now, RJ, you talk about corner uncertainty when Jerry Jones was talking about this being maybe the most certain position group on the team.
Yeah, when everybody's healthy, it might be, but not now because you have from weeks 1 through 6. Just go to the bye week. You have no idea. There's no way. Nobody knows what Diggs is going to be. We don't know. There's hope. It's 2024. You should be fine, but there's no way of knowing. It's just like a guy coming back from Tommy John or any kind of surgery. You just don't know. He could have a complete Michael Gallup mind blank. Who's lining up week 1, and who do you trust week 1? That's the problem with the position group right now. It is in a world of pain for a handful of weeks. Literally a handful, like a full handful. You're at minimum. What, the Detroit game is the first game that you might think that Bland would return?
No, Pittsburgh. Week 1, week 5 is the earliest he can come back.
Yeah, okay. So in Detroit's week 6.
But you could potentially, if this lingers, then 6 is Detroit, then it's the bye. If it happens like that, if it's not as quick a recovery as you expect, then you're talking San Francisco at the end of October is when it comes
Bobby
back.
went and laid out the quarterbacks that DaRon Bland is going to be missing. Deshaun Watson, then Derek Carr, the MVP, Lamar Jackson.
Screw you.
It's not towards you.
Is he not the MVP?
I know. I feel like he liked saying that.
And then Daniel Jones. So Watson, Carr, Lamar, Daniel Jones, first 4 weeks, and then maybe Jared Goff.
Maybe Justin Fields or Russell Wilson, but either way, and then it would be Jared Goff after that. But either way, it's not murderer's row at all.
I mean, you're yeah, like, okay, so you might have some decent receivers thrown in there, but you don't have anybody to get them the ball. Like that you couldn't have asked for a better quarterback situation to face without Bland and again, who knows with Diggs. And that's the problem because there's just the unknown. If Diggs was fine and not coming off an ACL and then it'd be like, okay, this is way different, but he is.
They're really excited about Kalen Carson. I mean, before any of this had occurred, they were really excited and talking him up. They think he's
But were they looking at him as a training camp star, and then we didn't see it carry over to the games? Broadus had kind of mentioned something small about that with us.
A little bit in the first game, there was some of that, but I mean, to me, that was first game speed reps in a year, basically, is what Carson was playing. And I think when you look at where they had him graded, where they viewed him, which was a couple of rounds higher than they took him. They took him in the 5th round. They viewed him as a legitimate top 100 type of player. And I think all the coaches consistently, they had a projection about him back in April when they picked him that I don't think any coach or teammate or anybody else has been dissuaded by watching him out there. But they all think he's really good.
Yeah, and he might be, but like that position does not translate well right away.
Not always.
Into the NFL. I mean, even at the best, like Patrick Peterson was at the quickest to figure the game out, and it still took him 7-8 weeks.
In the McClay era, they've had success at corner pretty quickly in a similar way, not quite as great, but in a similar way to what they've had with offensive line. Because Diggs was solid out of the gate, especially for how raw he was considered. Anthony Brown was good out of the gate. Jordan Lewis was good out of the way. Cheeto, good early on, and Carson they expect to be good early on. Bland, same sort of way. So they've had a lot of success with corners immediately jumping in and being able to play.
Real quick, because now the problem is those guys are not going to be covering the 3rd or 4th corner necessarily. They may have to get bumped up.
Potentially. Bland was asked to cover a lot of tough guys early. So was Lewis and Awuzie because that was before they kind of locked down corner. But, I mean, it's covering the 3rd receiver is a different challenge than it was 8 years ago.
Mm-hmm. True.
Let me get out.
What's that?
House of Cards piece of paper that I've kept. That's what the season is to me, an absolute house of cards. Sam Williams, gone for the year. Udoga, who they probably, at least some in the building, had as their starting left tackle against Cleveland. He is not going to be around. Deron Bland, and contracts. Big fat question mark still because they are not done. Anything else I'm missing on my updated house of cards? It could all crumble. Little piece of paper.
Sure. I mean, I think that pretty much covers it.
Yeah.
And the Dak Prescott regression, if you're worried about that, if you're worried that was his peak last year.
No, we'll leave that off. That's not a good one. Jerry Jones.
I agree, it's not. Dak's going to continue to ascend. Good point, Sean.
Jerry Jones on Saturday, reaction to the Bland news, and they go in corner shopping.
Well, I'm glad it's not for an extended period of time. And so we lose him 4 or 5 ball games. I go through that pretty quick, pretty cavalier. It's not cavalier, it's serious. But the good news is we're going to have him for the meat of the deal. That's the good news.
How do you look at the cornerback position? Are you going to look outside the organization for help there?
For what?
The cornerback position?
Not at all. Not in any way. No, not at all. We've got, that's the good news is that we've got some guys that have really shown well in camp. We won't be looking at all.
What do you like about Carson?
I like the fact that he's playing at the level he is for how long a time, which is not much in the NFL. And he certainly is going to get a great opportunity to fill in here. We've had a couple of guys come in here and do pretty well the last 3 or 4 years at rookie cornerback, so maybe he'll make All-Pro.
And then, of course, All-Pro.
I like that subtle out of like, maybe he'll make All-Pro. Who knows?
Hell of a ceiling. He doesn't like to throw expectations on anyone, but
maybe he'll be the second best corner in the entire league. Best lineman, whatever.
That's right. Not even Pro Bowl, All-Pro.
No, All-Pro.
And, of course, Tolo's pointing out, well, Stephon Gilmore, he was sitting out there, and now he is in Minnesota for $10 million.
Which I think there's zero chance Stephon Gilmore's here if he's a free agent right now. Because of that kind of a price point, they were never going to pay it.
Live on the FanCan, Twitch, and YouTube at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 as we get set for Star Up, Star Down. That is your Cowboys report card from the final, well, really the Trey Lance report card from the final preseason game against the Chargers. Just an update as I continue to monitor Cleveland. Deshaun Watson did sit out the Browns preseason finale. So Kevin Stefanski had sat him because of some arm fatigue out there in Cleveland. Limited in practice on Wednesday. General arm soreness, not overly concerned, but he has not played in a game since undergoing the season-ending surgery on the throwing shoulder in November. So that's Deshaun Watson, and we can only hope for multiple reasons that we get his backup, the greatness of Jameis Winston, was on display again in the Browns pregame preseason huddle.
Hey, man, hey, Trey, it ain't just about having fun, man. Yes, remember the time you played your best football game of your life. Yes, sir. Remember the time after that victory you went to CC Pizza and celebrated with the boys. For real. Feel it in your heart, man. It's a long way back to Cleveland. Let's not leave you without a victory. All right? So put everything you got on the line today. Let's have a game of memory, man. All right? I remember. Let's go. Family number 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom.
Bobby, that's a shout out to your CC's Pizza.
This guy's amazing.
Dropping CC's in it. CC's National?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. I didn't have any of them in Maryland.
Broke boys out there.
What's that?
Broke boys out there must be.
Yeah, broke boys with a $7 buffet.
I bet, I don't remember them as a kid, but
we were going Corral, baby.
It had golden in the name for a reason.
But man, I'll tell you, this guy is just a treat.
Incredible.
Nobody in the history of the sport can work CC's Pizza and do a pregame hype speech. Like, you just can't do it.
No, to the point that it almost feels like it's not, clearly.
Very natural.
But it almost makes you feel like, maybe he has some sort of side deal. Like, hey, we know you get mic'd up so much. You throw in a CC's reference, we'll hook you up. We got an endorsement deal for you. I would pay Jameis to work in my brand and do one of his pregame speeches.
Did Brian Broaddus and everyone else apologize to Bobby Roberto Belt after Trey Lance on Saturday? Star up, star down from the Chargers game is next.
Let's get you over to, I think my voice cracked there a little bit. It's okay. Let's get you over to the greatest of Diamonds Direct. Their name says it all. The real deal is the shopping experience. And Sean and I are both longtime Diamonds Direct customers. You walk in, the energy is electric. The welcome is warm. They got your favorite drink ready. Everyone's having a great time. This is not your hush-hush jewelry scene. It's walking into the home of that trusted friend. it's Diamonds Direct. They care about your story. They care about your life. They care about why you're there. Both locations.
Shout out to our guys, Matthew and Yossi over there. If you need the Diamonds Direct hookup for the gift or the engagement, just hit us up in the DMs and we will connect you directly. So whether you're planning that big proposal or looking to treat yourself or someone special, drop by Diamonds Direct. Tell them we sent you and get ready to experience jewelry shopping done right for the best quality, price, and shopping experience. There is no better choice than Diamonds Direct.
Hectic morning. We've got you.
or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkeys, we're there when you need us.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and 3 in the middle of the blue star at the 50 on a rollout. Lance's pass is intercepted, picked off by Tony Jefferson, the former OU veteran.
It was quiet for that interception, and there were 4 more to come. Good morning, Metroplex. Klay Thompson or Kobe Bryant on the bench. I was getting those GIFs or GIFs. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again on the home of the Cowboys. An early shout-out to Kid Cowboys, David Sullivan, everyone on Twitch who is tuning in early as we try to fly through this week to get you to the extended holiday weekend on DFW Sports Station. Cowboys lose to the Chargers 26-19. Trey Lance 33 of 49 for 323, 6.6 a pass, 1 touchdown, 5 interceptions. And RJ, how did you phrase it last night? How did you
Could have been a dazzling disappointment, or an amazing atrocity, or a terrific tragedy.
Okay.
You know, that's
I like
how.
those.
That's how I think that you got to use what's that called where you use 2 words to describe something? I'm sure
English.
It's English.
Oh.
Not an alliteration.
No,
Maybe
I know
it
what
is.
you're talking
You know what
about,
I mean?
but yeah, the same word begins with the same, or the 2 words begin with the same letter.
Yeah, but they have completely opposite meanings because that's exactly what this was. Because you could come away from this game without thinking, to me at least, like, okay, there's some throws and there's some plays that you absolutely can understand why he'll get chances. And there are other plays that are like, holy cow, I know how Kyle Shanahan wanted to get rid of this guy so fast.
I don't know. I've never seen somebody with the tunnel vision that he shows. Like, I've never seen a quarterback. Quarterbacks all have tunnel vision to an extent. Dak has had it for years. Dak does not always see, when he gets locked in, does not always see defenders just sitting in a zone, like in the periphery. He doesn't always catch them, and that's when you get those interceptions where when they're moving across the field and he throws it, and oh my gosh, somebody just stepped in front of it. This is 2 of these, the guy was between him and the receiver, and he just doesn't see it. I've never seen it before where he is that locked in and that zeroed in that he cannot see anything in the periphery or anything directly in front of him. If there's somebody between him and his target, he doesn't see it.
Well, I mean, look, he's 5'10". No, he's not.
No, he's not.
Like 6'5".
No.
Right? So, yeah, I can understand that if he's Drew Brees or like Baker, Kyler Murray, but not when you're a monster.
And this isn't unique. Like, Sean, how many times did we see him do this at practice? Where like there were like 3 of the interceptions we saw at practice were just, dude, there's somebody right in front of your face and you threw it to him.
His highlight throws were much better, and I still stand by this. It didn't change anything as soon as I tweeted it that he threw a pick, of course, or 4 of them. But his best throws were much more impressive than his best throws the week before. I thought the week before, you're going to have a better stat line, easier throws, wide open guys. If I'm looking for NFL-type difficulty, more of those throws were in this game. He had a 3rd and 7 dime to Billy Johnson for 25. I thought he was really impressive standing in against pressure multiple times. You could see him trying to go through progressions, and it's pretty obvious with his head just whipping around that he's trying to go 1st, 2nd, 3rd. His best throw of the day was actually dropped, and that was down the right sideline when that ball should have been brought in for a touchdown. That was a dime.
That's the best throw anybody's made in any of the preseason games this year. Between him and Rush, that was the best throw you'd seen, and Burnett just couldn't finish it. Now it's a contested catch. Somebody's right on him, but you got to finish that. When he dropped it in a bucket 40 yards down the field.
He had a dime to Flournoy before the half. That eventually made it 17-10, and then you get all the bad things. So I put out a poll question. I just wanted to see who was that dug in. And if Brian Broaddus was voting on who the backup quarterback should be to start off the year, and the Tolos, not that stubborn, they were going 77% for Cooper Rush, 23% for Trey Lance with 2,100 votes. So that settles that.
Yeah.
Did Brian Broaddus apologize to you after what happened last week and after coming on this show, after speaking to his gang of 7 and saying that he would have Trey Lance as the number 2 quarterback this choppy 30 seconds of the Broaddus-Bobby fight last week?
But I just get a feeling you're really digging in on this one.
No, it's that
I mean, it's just you're kind of like, whoa, I don't, I've said this really hard opinion about he's not an NFL quarterback, and you're kind of fighting it now. You don't feel like he's gotten better in any way?
No, not particularly.
Okay.
Like not particularly. Like
you got
because
another
of one
question?
game.
I mean, I don't want to argue with you anymore about this.
That's
I really
fine.
don't.
Which I wouldn't let it get to a fight. He wanted it to get to one, but I wouldn't let it. But he apologized.
It was that's growth.
I really Dawson was less restrained fighting with him about it later in the week. But no, he apologized about 5 times probably
in the post game
during the game. Sitting right next to him, apologized about 5 times, one for each interception to look over and go when he'd say something like, maybe I'm the one who's dug in. Or, yeah, that was bad. This is not making me look good today.
Yeah.
But I didn't take a victory lap in the postgame show. Could have, but I did not.
He got tricked by Trey's legs. And what Broaddus was saying last week, I was asking different evaluators who would be more difficult or who would you be more afraid of preparing for. And, yeah, it's easy to say, a guy who runs for 70 yards, but I take it to who is the bigger threat dropping back 25 times to pass. The answer to that is and was Cooper Rush. The last 2 weeks did not change that, so therefore that is the answer. So that's why his gang of 7, maybe they're all unemployed like Brian. I don't know.
Oh, not all of them. I know all of them. Not all of them are. It's interesting the way that it's become
Where's the bell?
I know, I looked for it. It's interesting the way it's become
Someone broke this bell. It's not having the lasting staying power. Like it's low. It's like when you mess up a pen, the top part. If someone messed this up.
BlueChew.com, promo code RJ if you need it to last longer. It's one of those where I saw Chris
Hold
Sims.
up. We have a developing situation on the D&M leasing hotline.
I know what this is.
Brian Broaddus
already
is live on Sean and RJ. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I really appreciate the fact you're talking behind my back today, but that's okay.
Well, do you have anything to say? You're the one who has to own it and take it. What are you coming on here attacking us for?
Trey. No, I'm not attacking you guys. No, Trey Lance is not ready to play. Now, Sean, you just admitted that he made some better throws.
Yes.
That's all that I was looking for myself. You put up your poll, Sean, on that thing. I voted for Cooper Rush. I voted for Cooper Rush in your poll. Just to say, okay, this is the right thing. I just don't think that you could say that Trey Lance didn't get better this summer. At least we saw what Trey Lance was. Unlike Ezekiel Elliott, they hid him from us on that. But I'm just saying, I don't know how you can watch 3 preseason games and don't feel like he got better. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The throws that he makes that are bad throws, the ones with the interceptions where he doesn't see, that's a problem. You got to be able, as a quarterback, you got to be able to know that if you're not going to throw the slant and you're going to try and throw the corner, that there could be a safety sitting right there or a linebacker sitting right there. The 25-yard throw he made to Billy Johnson, that was the harder of the 2 guys that were open.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a Cropper running a deep in, and that's going to be a simpler throw. And he made the harder of the throws. That kind of proves to the point that he doesn't really see the field all that well.
So what do you do now as an evaluator? You're like, all right, we got something we can work with. He's going to make the 53, and we just develop him throughout the years. Is that the mindset?
I think the thing about it is that at least you have a better idea. If you want to extend him at the end of the year because you've lost Dak, that might be your bridge. Who do you think? Now, Cooper Rush might be better, too, just for the fact that Cooper Rush's attitude this summer was like, hell, I'm either going to be the 2 or the 3. So his willingness to throw the ball down the field was much better. His willingness to take some shots was better. But, the situation could be really tough because you could have a new head coach. You could lose your starting quarterback. does the new head coach want to have Trey Lance as his quarterback? I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities that you got to work through, but I think that at least he's put himself in position for consideration if, in fact, you lose Dak Prescott in 2025.
Brian, wouldn't you say, though, we learned more good things about him, right? Like, I think you're absolutely right about that. We also probably learned more bad things about him than we knew. So
that's true.
Cumulatively, don't we look at that and say, what we learned is he's kind of who we thought he was, which is a wildly inconsistent quarterback. And ultimately, we didn't learn much because of that.
Yeah, I don't know if San Francisco even learned. I think San Francisco, in talking to their guys, I think San Francisco was willing to, they liked the player, they liked the kid. They just could never get him healthy. Every time they felt like and then all of a sudden, Brock Purdy comes along and they're like, all right, well, we're getting more consistency here. We're getting health and all that. I think San Francisco probably gave up on him. I don't know. Maybe they didn't know exactly what they had. But, yeah, this is the first time that we've seen Trey Lance. I mean, us personally, every day live, you saw practices and stuff. There are things that he's really, really good at. Mm-hmm. His mechanics could be way off. And he throws a ball to the flat to Deuce. Deuce is a hard guy to hit because he's a shorter guy. But if he's got this really long throwing motion. He sits on his back foot and and then now the ball goes high on him. There's just his mechanics kind of come and go as the game goes on. The last pass he threw of the game, the ball flies completely out of his hand. You watch the play on tape, there's no control over it. So you wonder, okay, does he have a grip problem? There's all kinds of things that you can kind of dive in on this guy. Are they correctable things? Yeah. I don't know if seeing the field's correctable, though. I really don't know if that's correctable. But, I think that the guy got better. But is he your backup quarterback this year? No, he's not.
So,
he's not your backup quarterback.
Yeah, if Dak needs a game or two, gets a little banged up, you go to Cooper Rush. But it's a situation where if it's the entire year, then you just throw Trey out there. Is that how you would approach it? That's why you keep them both?
We had this discussion on our show. If you're 7-1, you play Cooper Rush is what you do. If you're 2-5, you're probably playing Trey Lance. The Raider game showed you how you're going to have to win a game with Trey Lance. That showed you how you're going to have to do it. Him throwing the ball 40-something times is not going to be a good thing, but he was forced to throw it 40-something times because they got behind in the game. Well, because of some of his doing. Wow. So there's ways to navigate a game with Trey Lance playing quarterback that you can find a way to win.
Why are you up and driving right now?
Going to work out.
Yeah, buddy.
What a beast.
Get it, Brian.
Now, Bobby. This is how you admit something. If you feel like you're a little off, take notes, take lessons. This is from the old Sage veteran saying, I voted in the poll. I'm calling it 620. This is how you do it when you may have not been 1,000% accurate with your opinion. Notice it?
I'm making a note for it. I'm making a note for the first time I'm wrong.
I was 1,000% right. Don't get me wrong, Tony. Don't get this all twisted. I love you guys. I felt obligated at 6:40 in the morning to come on with you guys because I did it for 2 weeks.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
You're the man for it. Stand up, move. Right, thank you. And check your email while you're working out. It'll make your workout. You'll burn some more calories when you check what I sent you. Thank you.
I got you, man. Take care, boys.
Look at that. What a classy move. The great Brian Broaddus. He tried to come in aggressive. I had to shut it down quick. Yeah. I knew he was talking about behind my back. No. No. You got to take the L. But not many people would call in and take that. And he offered to apologize to you or own it on the post game show. And you said no. You're going to take the high road. So there's Double B, one of them, on the D&M Leasing Hotline. The Rangers almost tricked one of us this weekend. Did you notice Aaron Judge and a Little League World Series crazy ending? That's next on the home of the World Series champs. Got to say it while we can. Next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist owned store. Gilchrist Automotive hooking you up with that brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. It is worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that brand new vehicle. Make this the summer sales event continuing all summer long. That's right. Go see.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To the Little League World Series, you guys would not be going. You're boycotting.
We played a higher league than the Little League. Yeah.
Allegedly, they are too good. That's what Sandler came on and explained to us.
Yeah.
Sandler had told us, he said, Little League World Series is actually like the
rec ball.
5th tier best Little League play, like young baseball players in the country.
They're still good players, but it's just like, and there's Texas very rarely has any. But now we have one in the Final Four, but very rarely do they have one in it because all the kids are playing other leagues. But no, but I'm very upset with what they did to Keller, so boycotting.
So
What a walk-off.
What a walk-off. The bunt heard round the world. That's what the Little League official Twitter account put out there. Bunt down the first baseline. Pitcher assumes someone is there to cover, throws it into right field, walk off, game over.
Game over. It feels like it's
USA.
Always.
That sounded like a major league call, by the way. Like, if you didn't know that was Little League, if you just heard the sound of the crowd and everything, that sounded like that was coming from an MLB game.
I thought I heard someone say they were getting like $1 million a game watching this or something with the later rounds. It was like,
really?
Yeah.
That's a lot. I mean, that's a great number. That's a great number. I mean, Major League Baseball would like that number.
Yes. I cared more about this than the Rangers over the weekend, who almost apparently tricked and fooled Bobby Belt.
Almost.
Bobby Bassick.
They almost got me. So after they beat the Guardians on Friday, we got 4 wins in 5 games. Look, you finally picked up a new series win. You go into Cleveland. You win the first of that series, a place where you have not won a series since. Anybody know?
Cleveland, 2012.
No, but not too far off. We were still leading up to the Trump versus Clinton election. It was 2016. The summer of 2016 is the last time the Rangers won a series in Cleveland. So you win the first game. You've won 4 out of 5, and it's like, man, if you come out of this with a series victory, and then you look at the schedule that's coming up for them, where it's got the White Sox, the Athletics, the Angels, the reeling Mariners. There's some tough games in there, obviously, against the Yankees and against the Diamondbacks. But you look at that, and I was thinking, man, if they win this series, they could win 14 out of the next 19 against these bad teams here. Like, if you play ball the right way, maybe it's enough to carry them to around 500, a little above when they get out of this. Maybe they don't make the playoffs, probably don't, but I mean, you're at least building on something. This is positive. Nope, wrong. That offense still. Here's my favorite Rangers stat of the week. We are over a week now. It's been more than a week since a Rangers player not named Corey Seager has hit a home run.
Oh, what?
Boy. The last time a non-Corey Seager home run was hit by the Rangers was a week ago Sunday.
Wow.
That's tough to hear.
That's stinky. That is
stinky.
That is bad. They're 10.5 back. The Astros are up 4.5 games on the Seattle Mariners, who, while you were out, fired their manager.
Scott Service. They did. They fired him. Now, he found out by an alert on his phone.
Oh, the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
Brett Boone told him.
It was Brett Boone told him. He saw a Ken Rosenthal. It was like an alert from Ken Rosenthal reports that the Mariners have fired their manager, and he's like, "Well, that's me. That's me. Like, I have a meeting in 90 minutes with the general manager.
Wow,
that's low. That's low. Like, the only person who should find out that you're getting fired before you if it's the GM making the call, is the owner. That's it. The guy replacing you shouldn't even find out before you. Just you. You're the guy. You find out. That's terrible. No wonder why they stink.
You made the Brett Boone joke, but I mean, it's conceivable that we might lose him for our hits. Like, he might have to join the Mariners coaching since the Mariners are just like, hey, can we hire everybody from like the late 90s, early 2000s? Dan Wilson's their manager now. Edgar Martinez is now the hitting coach there for the rest of the season. Why not throw Booney in there?
Yeah.
Let Brett Boone be a bench coach.
Chris Bosio, is he still around?
Get some Jay Buhner in there.
Rangers are 12.5 back in the wild card. But the good news is they take on the Chicago White Sox again with this upcoming series.
That's great. That's they reached 100 losses over the weekend. The Chicago White Sox now 31-100 or 31-101 or whatever their record is at this point.
They've got so many games left. They got to lose what, like 22 more games to set the record?
Yeah, and I mean that's very conceivable because they would have to go 9-22 down the stretch for that to happen. That's completely possible, and it's going to start tonight with a Rangers sweep, Sean.
Meanwhile, everyone in Major League Baseball, I don't know about the sports world. Choppy has more on that, reacting to this.
High fly ball, right field. Cave back. He's on the track. He's at the wall. Back to back. He's done it again. A 2-home run day for Judge. Home run number 51. And the Yankees lead.
Aaron Judge, Michael Kay with the call, Bobby's boy, hit 50 and 51 in a win over the Rockies. Home run 50. Number 50 came on an 0-2 pitch. It was his 18th home run in the first inning this year.
Seems high.
Matching A-Rod for the Major League record. Then he hit number 51 in the 7th. That was following a solo shot from Juan Soto. And then Stanton homered in the next at-bat. And Bobby said it last week. These are right now the Bronx Bombers, as Aaron Judge hit his 39th career multi-home run game and 5th this season. He has 7 home runs in his last 6 games, 10 in his last 13, and 47 in his last 102.
Yeah, and he just had the best 100-game stretch, let me say this, the first 100-game stretch in the history of the sport where you hit 45 home runs and hit 375 or better in that 100 game.
Wow.
And no one's ever done that. And now his pace is over 62. It's at 63, which, and look, all the 60 home run guys were in the PED era, whether they took them or not, they were in that era. Like, this is incredible. And
5th player to hit 50 home runs in 3 different seasons, joining A-Rod, Sosa, McGuire, and Babe Ruth, who we'll get to in a second.
And now it's like a kind of a watch. Does he get to the 63, 65? What does he get to? And then you add Shohei into the mix, and Shohei hit 40 home runs, 40 stolen bases. Fastest one to ever do it.
With a grand slam.
With a granny. So it's the fastest one in the fewest amount of games in the history of the sport to ever do it. He could be the first 50-50 guy. And baseball's problem is, where do you see the games and where do you get the highlights? Because it's evident that ESPN is showing and putting their highlights and their TV time into the sports that they air,
that
they invest more heavily in. And baseball was like, ESPN wanted them, and baseball wanted too much money, and TBS offered this big time deal, and ESPN's like, we're not going to pay for that. And it was baseball's fault. They took the money. Now, do you want the money or do you want the promotional arm of ESPN? And they said, we'll take the money. Okay, I mean, fine. I'm going to kill you for taking the money. But the promotional arm of ESPN is, you can't put a dollar amount on that. You can't put a dollar amount on it. And
they'll get it talked about. The best thing is, this is, Stephen A's fake team that he roots for. So they'll be talking about it today, and then whenever Chris Russo shows up for baseball on a Wednesday. And that's the only national coverage that they'll really get.
Right. I mean, because ESPN.
No one on FS1 can talk about it.
Nope. And ESPN's going to spend more time talking about Kennedy Carter and the beef she has with a teammate than they are with this. And
I guess Craig Carton can talk about it now that he's one of the voices of the Yankees.
That's right. I guess he could.
They let him call a Yankee game.
They did. 3 of them.
3?
Yeah, it was the Rangers series.
Along with friend of the show, BT.
Brandon Tierney. He was the analyst. He was the analyst that day because Susan was out. Susan was sick apparently, so they let Brandon Tierney do a game, I guess a week ago or something. But yeah, I mean, like this is a perfect opportunity for the sport. Like, are they going to cut in to college football Saturdays like they did last time, like in 2022 when he was going for 62 or whatever? They cut in, and it upset a lot of like college football fans. Why are you showing this? I want to see my game. So are they going to make the same decision and do it then? I don't know.
From age 25 to 32, I went and looked this up yesterday, which is his Aaron Judge's career basically. He's hit 304 home runs in 937 games. That's a home run every 3.1 games in the last 8 years. If you take Bonds' best 8-year home run stretch, which was like 97 to 04, he was hitting a home run every 3.1 games. He is at a Bonds pace that Bonds was on during all that steroid allegation era.
Every other day I'm seeing a Barry Bonds stat. I'm getting a Greg Maddux documentary clip.
Me too.
And then a Barry Bonds stat.
And I love it. I love it because those like the Bond stats are so
two greatest of their era, right?
Yeah. I mean, I have no problem saying that. Maybe you want to argue Pedro. Or Randy, but I got no problem saying that. Clemens, God, we forget about him.
Totally forgotten.
Completely. For as much of a beast as he was, because he has the most Cy Youngs. Does he have 7?
Yeah, but I mean, Lance Armstrong had 7 Tour de France titles too.
So there it is, a little baseball recap on your home of the Texas Rangers. We have a ticket giveaway to go check out the World Series champs 720 Expressway every single morning this week. Got the entire squad back together again. We have best and worst of the weekend, and Charles Haley in studio. Peyton Russell may sweat off that mustache with Charles Haley and the dump button live to kick off the final hour of the Monday edition. But we want to hook you up with Rangers tickets, and we want to hook you up with a college football kegger as SMU barely survives. Dion is banning people. College football is back. We'll recap it, then more star up, star down from the end of the Cowboys preseason next. But did you have a really good weekend except for one thing, hurt in a car or truck wreck?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The shoulders, he's ready. Set down for him. Booted up. It's tumbling. It's turning. It is good! At the horn! It ain't the luck of the Irish. It's the heart of the Jackets. And Georgia Tech knocks off number 10 Florida State. Final score, 24-21.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Oh, Yellow Jackets radio with the call. What a finish, what a game. And Georgia Tech pulling the upset, making Paul Feinbaum looking like a genius right now.
Bobby looks good, too.
Bobby looks great as well, from what I heard. He said last
DJ
week.
Ukulele, he's been killing it.
Ukulele, absolutely. DJU had arguably one of the worst stat lines you are ever going to see.
Don't tell his papa.
In it, do not tell his dad. But his first half stat line was just atrocious.
I saw like the air net yards. It was it was really bad.
It was 12 of 14 in the first half. 12 of 14 for 96 yards.
So, Bobby, you have been calling this kid out for about a year now. Why? What is it?
So he was a giant recruit at Clemson. He was there.
Number one, right?
Number one recruit. He was supposed to be like the next in their series of quarterbacks that were supposed to, carry on the Clemson tradition. And they dug in on him for a while. He was never good at Clemson. Every single year that he was at Clemson, he just did not look like a legitimate starter at that level. And he ended up having to transfer to Oregon State. Last year, same sort of thing. People started falling in love with Oregon State and like, DJ, they had a good year. But DJ, they fell in love with again of like, DJ Uiagalelei, he's going to be able to do it. Here he is, he's back. And it's like, don't buy into it. As soon as you've got a legitimate like opponent on the other end, he's going to crumble. He did. Went over to the ACC again in Florida State. I don't know why they thought that this was going to be an adequate replacement for Jordan Travis.
Digging in on this
because he absolutely was not. That's a good reference there, Peyton, because I talked to Florida State superfan John Machota after the game.
No.
And I was giving him hell, trolling him about DJ. And he said, you know what? It is very similar to watching some of the stuff we see with Trey Lance at times, where he's like, you see flashes of it, and then other times you're like, he's hesitant. You don't know what he's doing. Like, he just does not look secure in himself at all.
He doesn't process the game well. Like for a fifth year, that first half stat line, 12 of 14 for 96 yards. If you're a freshman, that's a safe stat line. When you're a fifth-year senior who was a top recruit, that's embarrassing. Like that's a stat line just shows that you're not ready. And Florida State, they weren't ready either. That's the best running back room. Everybody says it's the best running back room in college football. They had 3.2 yards a carry. And they all said the defensive line is the best defensive line in college football.
Yeah.
And they got torched on the ground. And Georgia Tech just signed like the top offensive lineman in the country. So like they've got something going on. It's always been a weird like how they didn't ever do anything because like, Atlanta's a massive recruiting hotbed and they never have been able to have a foothold there because Georgia takes it all.
Why is this a victory for Paul Feinbaum?
Well, because Paul Feinbaum a couple of weeks back was asked which current top 10 team would finish the season unranked. This was 2 weeks ago.
Florida State. First of all, they have no business being in the top 10. They have a difficult schedule. They have Florida State has Miami and Notre Dame within a 3-week period on the road. They end the season with Florida, which is a debatable team. But I think they're going to get caught in the run-of-the-mill ACC game this year, which they did not encounter last year. They lost the guts of their defense. They have a quarterback who has certainly been around and remains a question mark. And I think they also have a hangover. I think they used up too many tears crying about not getting in the playoffs, and that may slow them down a little bit this year.
All right, I'm back. I'm back to being a Feinbaum fan. He has been throwing daggers. He throws these librarian-delivered daggers that freaking cut deep, and I love it.
They do, and a lot
From
of
a freaking tall, bald nerd who never picked up a football in his entire life, and he just destroys the sport and has people like Lane Kiffin worked up.
Yeah, and like his neck is so tiny. It's like I don't know how the head like doesn't fall. Like his neck is
looks
so
very much
small.
like Mr. Mackey. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like.
RG3 tweeted about those comments, and people are saying, "Oh, that's why I got him fired." It's not why he got fired, but like he had a long tweet saying like that's not something to make fun of. The players, the coaches, they were crying tears for one of the most beloved players in Jordan Travis. Long tweet that he had.
May have been an even worse weekend for Kirk Herbstreit, who is despised now by the Florida State fan base. This is Herbstreit trying to broadcast on College Game Day in Ireland.
Reese Davis alongside Kirk Herbstreit in his 29th season on Game Day. Desmond Howard in his 19th season. 19, how about that? That's awesome. Wow. I mean, I think the 12-team playoff, the hype and build of that, and the anticipation of that is, I think, what has so many people excited. Because I think, and coaches brought this up a number of times in our meetings, instead of just 4, 5, 6, or 7 teams, and this opens it up not just to 12, but 13, 14, 15.
The untouchable Golden Boy is no longer. They threw someone out who had a pin the nose on the clown sign with Herbstreit. He's just getting roasted by Seminole fans on social media for the playoff and all those takes.
Did he request that they throw him out? Was Ryan Leaf correct? Like what we talked about on Friday, was Ryan Leaf right that he's too thin-skinned? Did he see the clown thing and throw him out? I mean, this could be because of that. It could be because of the Dan Dockich interview. We don't know why they were booing Kirk Herbstreit.
College football kegger here with Sean, RJ, and Roberto, and the Mustangs survive.
Oh, the ponies. This would have been about as embarrassing a ACC weekend as possible if SMU, who gets to jump in and join and buys their way in there, throws all that money at joining the ACC. If they would have lost this game to Nevada, they were damn near a 30-point favorite against the Wolfpack going into this one. And to be completely honest, when you watch this game, this is one of the 2 games I watched this weekend, they should have lost. Nevada should have beaten SMU. And this was Preston Stone, their quarterback, getting benched early in the first half after an awful start. First throw of the season goes for a pick. Did not look good at all. Started 1 of 5. They had to bring in the sophomore Kevin Jennings for a couple drives. But this could have been a total embarrassment introduction to the ACC. But who is it but RJ Maryland, the son of one Russell Maryland, former Miami Hurricanes and Dallas Cowboys great. He steps up and absolutely takes over in the fourth quarter. Preston Stone deserves a lot of credit to the Parish Episcopal alum for just like making plays with his legs, making plays with his arm, bouncing back after the benching early in the first half. But this ultimately was RJ Maryland going full Brock Bowers against Auburn last year and owning the fourth quarter for this comeback.
It's going to be interesting to see how they transition to the ACC, and because they are going to have it's going to be the ACC is not, it's certainly not the Big Ten or the SEC, but you are going to have difficult games week in and week out compared to what they've had. But I just see the Ava Hunt is now an SMU cheerleader, the Chiefs heiress.
Oh my gosh, they're just. I can't keep track of the blondes in that family.
I know.
I can't keep track of the Avas everywhere.
There's a lot of Avas everywhere.
Popping up.
They showed a picture of her dorm room. It looks like it looks like something out of a movie.
Wait, so that girl who was always on Bro Bible and Barstool, whatever.
That's Gracie. That's her older sister.
Okay.
This is Ava. This is the I guess she's a freshman. She's gonna be on the cheerleading squad at SMU.
Yeah.
But I'll show you the photo of that. I'll put that on Twitter. The photo of the dorm room. It looks insane.
We played for you the clip and the back and forth of Deion Sanders and this reporter where he said, CBS, you can't ask questions. Then there was a Denver Post columnist named Sean Keeler who Deion's like, why are you doing this, man? Why are you doing this? Well, Colorado has officially banned him from asking questions. They released a statement after a series of sustained personal attacks on the football program and specifically Coach Prime. God, that makes me sick that they address him as Coach Prime, and that's what he wants to be, demands that that's what he is called. We've decided not to take questions from Denver Post columnist Sean Keeler at football-related events. He can still attend as a credentialed member of the media, and other reporters from the Denver Post are welcome to ask questions of the program, including coaches, players, and staff. Go ahead. I know where you're going.
Man, I got to say, whatever Sean Keeler is, whatever he is an elite nickname giver.
Yes, he is.
Okay. He has called Dion in the past.
Trump needs to go to this guy for some updated nicknames. His material getting a little bad. He was very, very good early on.
Very good
He's
early on.
gotten a little stale.
Yeah, terrible nicknames.
Needs
terrible
a new
nicknames.
writer.
New writers. Go to Sean Keeler because he has called Dion in the past. False prophet. Deposition Dion.
Ooh, good.
Planet Prime.
Yes.
The Bruce Lee of BS. That's my favorite one. And the Dion Kool-Aid and Circus. Like, this is...
False prophet.
Yeah.
False prophet. And the ban is indefinite.
Indefinite.
That's very good. This is very strong. Denver Post also had the report that within this, they had the nugget reported that I had not seen anywhere before. Dion has a clause in his contract where it only requires him to speak to, quote, mutually agreed upon media with the University of Colorado. So if he doesn't agree on somebody, then he doesn't have to take their questions. And this right here, by the way, for all the ideas of, boy, Jerry's just wanting to hire Dion one day. This right here is why Dion will never be the coach as long as Jerry's still here and making decisions, because he's not going to allow you to just block access to his coach or his team or anything else.
I'm not going to say Deion Sanders, the all-time amazing great athlete, is this word, but Coach Prime is soft. You're soft, Deion. You are a control freak who can't... You are so thin-skinned. Now, do they have the right to do this at the university? Or is the rest of the press going to go ahead and take up this battle? Or does Deion just want these types of questions asked from the rest of the Colorado media?
This is a non-football related question. I recently had a medical condition.
This is
about
real.
2 months ago.
This is real.
And thank God I had Aflac. All right. And, no, I'm serious.
That's a good one.
You're an ambassador for him, a spokesman
Thank you.
for him. How important is it for everyone to have Aflac as part of their life?
Well, it sounds like
it's amazing, right?
It may sound like I'm doing a commercial where, it covers
you believe in
the gaps, that we can't cover.
Amazing.
That guy probably has sideline access.
He probably did. He probably got sideline access.
There you go, Deion. That's what you want.
If Peyton was in that press conference, he would have hit the little cash register noise there when that question started being asked. That's egregious. That's like when you see in a movie like Spider-Man. Oh, what's he aiming at? What's he trying to practice shooting his weapon? Oh, it's a Dr. Pepper can. Let's get a close up of the Dr. Pepper. That's just embarrassing.
Choppy,
That's what he wants.
You have an appearance today? Are you out and about?
I'm out and about. I'm at Fitzgerald's in Fort Worth. The Fitzgerald in Fort Worth, 4 to 6. Starting off DFW Restaurant Week. It is the filthy, fancy hour. 4 to 6, Fitzgerald in Fort Worth. Right off Camp Bowie.
And what are they known for? What are you going to be?
Well, today we are doing martini and fries. That's what it is. Tanqueray, martini and fries. Dirty martinis, baby. And those dirty fries, they look phenomenal. They look phenomenal. They got a lot of goodies on top. I'm excited about it. So today, the Fitzgerald in Fort Worth, 4 to 6.
Man, I don't drink enough martinis. Every time I have one, I'm like, I should just drink this.
I don't think I've ever drank one.
Extra. It's perfect for you. It's all alcohol.
All alcohol.
Although you wouldn't be able to deal with the olive juice. You just don't have it dirty.
Yeah.
But you would love it. Just cold, chilled. I'm trying to think how he should have his.
Literally cold, chilled. No. You would just go.
Well, that's just vodka on the rocks, then, basically.
Or gin.
Gin.
Yeah, gin.
I don't know, and I can't chug it out of that cup. That looks. I think that looks really
could get
tacky.
a different cup. If
Yeah,
you want
I guess
to.
I could. Get that.
Guys who don't like having the glass. Yeah, they order it like in a regular.
Order in a is it a highball? Is that what it's called? A highball glass or a rocks glass or whatever? But yeah, 4 to 6, the Fitzgerald in Fort Worth.
There it is. Everything you need to know to get you set for your week. To recap the weekend with Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Star up, star down. We have to finish up the Cowboys-Chargers game. Who was made or broken because of that performance? Bobby thinks this is the week the contracts get done and a Texas Rangers ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway right after this on Sean and RJ. But let me get you on over to Hurtado. Did you try it out yet? Did you try to go?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The pain of high electric bills.
Ouch!
Stop overpaying for the same electricity at comparepower.com. The power is yours. Comparepower.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Left to right, there's an RPO, and Lance kept it. And a block downfield, and he's still going. And Lance down the left sideline. Lance to the pylon. And Trey Lance took it all the way. And nobody's handkerchief is on the ground. 46-yard touchdown run from Trey Lance, and that's why you didn't have Aubrey kick the field goal.
Brad Sham with the call on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. The preseason is thankfully done. Who was done on the roster and who saved themselves from Saturday on this radio station in the loss against the Chargers. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. Glad you are joining us for the Commercial-Free Expressway, where we are going to hook you up with a Texas Rangers ticket giveaway. Shout out to Flowman, Darth, Kid Cowboy, Marcus, Cade, and Wayne watching on YouTube and Twitch. The way to hit us up with your star up, star down. That's the way we grade Cowboys games. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. The grade for Trey Lance. Let's get that out of the way. As Brian brought us with a surprise call-in, hearing me talk smack about him at 620. I think we went with a B for the first week. What are we going with here?
Weighting this on a bell curve of expectations.
What were your expectations?
None.
Okay.
None. So C minus.
Oh.
C minus.
Okay.
Which
C.
to me is that to me is an AB. ABC. I'm in the top 3 there. You're on the podium.
You're going higher.
Yeah.
You
I'm
guys
going
are in the
flat
C's
C.
with 5 interceptions.
Yep. Flat
Wow.
C. Because to me, this is what I've come to expect, is that he's going to be inconsistent. He's going to look really good at times and really bad at times, and that's about what we saw. It's the if you're grading it based on what the expectation has become with Trey Lance and what we've seen from him and what we've seen in terms of consistency, he checked all of the boxes of everything we've seen from him throughout training camp, and that is a guy who is just not consistent enough to start in the NFL, and so a C.
Man, throwing 5 picks, you get a C. That's a hell of a...
like I said, the expectations were low. We're low here, right? That's kind of where it is.
I guess I'd go at the best C minus, D plus. But I guess C minus. There were better throws, more impressive throws than the week before. But about 75% of the Tolos voting at 105.3 SS. Cooper Rush is the backup quarterback.
What I didn't realize until watching the game back and hearing the commentary on the TV about it was those first 2 picks he threw to Tony Jefferson. I was like, wow, like why is an NFL veteran standing in here and playing in this game? I come to find, like, he was retired 3 months ago. He was in the Baltimore Ravens scouting department and decided he still could play.
Yes, right. And he looked like Ed Reed and Troy Polamalu out there combined.
That's a look. I mean, look, if you're trying to if you're Broadus and you're trying to massage it a little bit and justify it, maybe say, look, he was a scout a couple months ago. He watches the tape. He knew Trey Lance better than anybody else would. What would you want Trey Lance to do?
Jerry Jones on Trey's performance after the game.
Well, I saw good, and I saw some things that you'd like to have back. I hated those 5 intercepts are going to be a stat on a game that I couldn't have asked for more reps and better situation to watch him play, and he needed that because the one thing he's missing more than anything is the lack of reps, much less NFL reps. Saw some good things and saw some things you'd like to have back, but overall, I'm glad to have that outing with us, and certainly we're planning on him being on our roster for sure.
Do you have any regrets over the trade and giving up that 4th round pick?
For a 4th round pick? Are you kidding me? Although we did get Dak. We did get Dak with our second 4th round pick. So you got a point there, but we've had some that didn't play in the 4th round too.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
that's not going to make many people happy. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me for a 4th round pick? A guy who's not even going to be our backup quarterback and can't beat out Cooper Rush?
Now if he wants to say, do I regret taking a flyer on a guy who was the 3rd overall pick and was viewed that way by the league a couple years ago? No. I'll throw a 4th-round pick at that because there's nobody we're throwing a dart at in the 4th round who we evaluate as high as we did Trey Lance when he was coming out.
That's fair.
And so if he wants to say it in that respect, I think that's a better way to say it. And that's probably what he's getting at, is the idea of it's a 4th-rounder, guys. Like, we've had guys, like you said, who didn't even play for us who got picked in the 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
So to try and, get a lottery ticket that he's willing to hold on to still, it sounds like, I get the thought process. I just wouldn't have done it when you look at what the rest of the quarterbacks around the league went for.
Star up, star down, Bobby Belt. Who else was this game big for?
The guys who I think really helped or hurt their chances. Number one to me, we haven't talked at all. I don't know that we've said his name one time throughout training camp. Buddy Johnson, the linebacker who was a 4th-round pick out of Texas A&M a couple years ago. So we come back to 4th-round picks. 4th-round pick out of Texas A&M a couple years ago, has bounced around the league a little bit, has been a disappointment. He has really come on strong recently, and he had probably the best game of anybody on defense the other day. Just making a lot of different plays in the run and seeing things quickly, identifying them, getting to the ball, working through trash, getting past blockers. He played really, really well. I think he's on the roster. And so that's a spot that maybe you weren't accounting for couple weeks ago. I think now they view him as being on the roster, so he gets a big star up for me. Deuce Vaughn, I think, continuing to play the way that he has, which is showing a different style of running than he had put on display last year. I think that I had him off last week. My sense in the last couple days is that he's probably on as well.
Deuce?
Yeah.
Jerry was asked if Deuce Vaughn is going to make it.
He obviously has got some very special talent, and you've got to find a place for that. You've got to find a place for it on Sunday to get it on the field. And you need that'll be the job of the next few days of weighing what a roster spot means. And he's sitting right there, though. He's certainly, he is gadget juice, and at non-gadget times. And so he's going to be interesting for us.
And Choppy, your review of the running back room jumped out the most.
Oh.
I'm not saying it. I'm not giving you props yet.
Okay.
I was saying it just jumped out. Of anything anyone wrote last night in the email, your rave review of the running backs.
I mean, again, bell curve, right? Expectations, they were 0 because there's a bunch of no-names in there. But you had Deuce, Malik, and Royce all at 4.4 a carry or more. 2 of them were over 5.5 a carry. And, that's tremendous considering you're behind third-string offensive line guys for part of the game. And it's not like this is a Charger unit that allowed 6 yards a carry. They allowed 6 yards a carry on Saturday. And they allowed 4 carry, 4.2, in the first 2 games, right, on average. So it's like, all right, it's not like they were getting just completely torched, but they torched that defensive front in this game. I thought, to me, that was, you had 3 guys that really performed well at the running back position. It made me feel slightly better for the moment. For the moment, slightly better. Now, I don't know how many they carry. How many are they going to carry here?
Yeah, I think Lipke's on the roster as a fullback. And if you do that, you might only be able to keep 3 running backs. It might be Dowdle, Zeke, and then take your pick between Freeman and Deuce and Malik. I thought in this game on Saturday, if it does come down to you got to pick one of those 3, I thought Deuce and Freeman played really well. I thought Malik was a little underwhelming compared to the others. I thought those
he had a nice start.
Those 2 flashed.
He flashed in the very beginning, I wrote down.
He had a holding call on a Trey Lance run at one point. There were a couple other times where I thought he didn't see the hole quick enough, decisively enough, didn't make a decisive cut. And it didn't pop the same sort of way that I saw from Freeman and Deuce. Freeman's the interesting one to me because I think that he's somebody who he's probably off because of the similarity in running style to other guys on the roster, but there's nothing I've seen from him that's been discouraging. I've been impressed by him the entire time.
Yeah, that Malik Davis hold wiped out a big Trey Lance run. Then they had a fumbled snap, and then he threw a dime. John Stevens up and down game with that fumble, but Trey made some nice throws to him. Anyone else?
Yeah, star down. We talked about him last week. A 4th-round pick last year, and a guy that Dan Quinn was really high on. Junior Fehoko just gives you nothing out there. Junior Fehoko,
Simi did.
He was, yeah, he did. Well, there's star down for Andrew Booth as well.
Yes.
But you watch on that big 70-yard run, the first play that the Chargers got on offense, where they're running that end around. Fehoko just could not get over to the edge and couldn't keep the edge like he was supposed to. And it's too often that you see he's just not generating any pass rush. To me, he's off the roster.
You have any star downs you need to throw in there?
I have a question. When the hell did Cooper Beebe take over and make it so he didn't even need to play in this last game? I was out last week, so forgive me.
It was a fast rise.
But I can't get it away. I mean, like, my goodness. I mean, he was throwing bounce passes in the first week of training camp to the quarterback from center. When did it go from, boy, we got a problem here, to, he's the starter. He doesn't even need to play in this final preseason game.
So we talked about this on Thursday and Friday last week, the idea of coaches like to see whenever you show consistent progression and consistent improvement that they are willing to deal with some growing pains in the process if they feel like you're always stacking good days on top of good ones. That's something BB did pretty consistently with his snapping. The issues have not been nearly as consistent as they were early on in training camp. The snaps are more on target. He hasn't had as many problems with it. In fact, in the games, the only one who had a snap issue, I think in the 3 games, was Hoffman. It wasn't BB. And he is the better guy. Once the ball is snapped and you're just into blocking, he's better than Hoffman right now. And so I think that there was enough development on that front that they comfortably said, all right, you went out. Last week, it really became a competition where they were kind of alternating, but that clearly looked like it was settled on Saturday.
We have some breaking news here on the home of the Cowboys, which the Dallas football team will gladly welcome. Bobby saw this from Adam Schefter. Nick Chubb will not be playing against the Cowboys. Cleveland is expected to leave Nick Chubb on the physically unable to perform list, which means he is ineligible to be active during the first 4 games of the season. Breaking news on the Fan, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. That's big.
That's big. That is big.
Do they still have Hunt?
Oh, boy, you'd ask me.
I don't know.
Okay.
What, does this
Jerome Ford, I believe, is their starter now.
Is this a line mover? How much of a line mover would this be to you, Chop? Is this a point, or is it less than that?
I don't think a running back has ever been.
With the way Cleveland runs the ball, though, as that's kind of their identity on offense, if you take Chubb out of the mix, you don't think that shifts it at all?
I mean, history shows it wouldn't. History shows it wouldn't. So
Kareem Hunt's out there. He's out there at the age of 29.
I mean, they did well with Jerome Ford last year. I picked him up in fantasy after that. He had a good season. So I don't think this moves the needle.
It's 2.5 right now. Browns minus 2.5.
Browns, keep an eye on it. I don't think it would move it, but maybe it does. Maybe I'm wrong.
So that is the breaking news. Did you say something? Did I hear a drop in my headphones or not? Okay. Me. Bobby, before best and worst of the weekend, Bobby says, this is the week. Why are you so confident the contracts get done, or is it just an easy take since we're 2 weeks out?
Well, I mean, to be clear, it's just CD that I think is going to get done. I still don't think Dak gets done, but, whenever we've talked about it during this time, and it's like, does he report by week 1 of camp, week 2, and, things like that. I just, after talking to different people over the weekend, the overwhelming sense I get from them is they're getting it this week. The Cowboys, I think, believe they're getting it done this week. And I think when you hear Jerry talking about it post-game, which Jerry's been willing to talk about CD the whole time and throw out little barbs here or there or have a little comment here or there, he was shutting everything down and being very short with every CD question the other night.
Jerry, as you near the season starting, any updates on CD?
I don't have any updates, but we are near the season starting.
Have you seen him or his representation since you got back?
We have a lot of things to talk about. I'm only talking about who's here.
Any plans to meet with Diggs face-to-face like you did last year with Zach?
Diggs?
I'm sorry, Lamb.
No, I'm planning on Diggs. I'll see Diggs face-to-face. We've been seeing it.
So no discussions face-to-face with your corner? Lamb. With the receiver, Lamb. I don't know why I'm messing him up.
I've been talking to Diggs. Diggs had a baby. And so we've been really talking about that.
So Jerry taking every opportunity to just, oh yeah, all right, you threw me you screwed up and said Diggs. All right, cool, I'm gonna focus on Diggs. Not even gonna address it. I knew what you're talking about, but I'm not gonna address it. I've never heard Jerry use the standard personnel line of I'm only talking about people who are here.
Yeah.
That to me says zip the lips, let's get this done. The sense I think is that this does get done this week. I don't know what those terms are. I know Schefter was up there talking about what the disagreements were on Get Up a few minutes ago. But I don't know what it'll look like, but it sounds like the Cowboys are confident it's going to get done.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. It is now time to recap everything you did. We got a Texas Rangers ticket giveaway coming up here momentarily. First, best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Let's start with worse for the Los Angeles Chargers, trapped in an elevator and having to be rescued by the Dallas Fire Department at the Westin Hotel downtown.
Is the elevator the thing we take for granted the most?
Not me. I worry about it in this building all the time.
This building's a little squirrely. But, like, generally, it's just like, oh, yeah, just get in the elevator. Take it up. And it can stop it. It doesn't. It's like an umpire. Like, you don't notice it as a problem until you're trapped in the elevator.
Well, whenever though it has like a hiccup or a delay, like, I don't have overall problems like with this building. The water sometimes doesn't work here and there, and the AC is fixed. But
water.
The elevator. I mean, walking up these steps when you got 8 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And then you got to start the show gassed. That'll expose you real quick.
With a 40-pound backpack?
Yes. They were stuck in the elevator for 2 hours at the team hotel. Jim Harbaugh said, Justin Herbert, what a hero.
Yeah.
He was among the 11 or 12 players on the elevator, as well as the wife of Dan Fouts. The wife of Dan Fouts, Chargers TV analyst, and Dallas Fire Rescue were all over the scene, lifting people through the ceiling panels into an adjacent elevator in order to get them out. Can you imagine being stuck in that with him? Can you imagine that?
Oh, no. You would panic. Like, yeah, anybody can be calm in an elevator until your butt's about to explode.
Yeah, that was an interesting tweet you sent out.
I mean,
reaction to this
was it
story.
wrong? Was it wrong?
I just don't know why that's where your head goes first.
Yeah. Was anyone pooping? Did anyone have explosive diarrhea?
I mean,
that's what I think.
This is what I
not
think.
Not the
about.
air suffocation, not 100 out. Did anyone have bad seafood the night before?
Like, the first thing that the leader needs to do is designate a pee corner. Okay, that's the first thing you've got to do. When you're trapped in a crowded elevator, you've got to designate this corner right here. This is the toilet. That's what you got to do.
I will say this fear of getting stuck in an elevator is exactly why I will pee before we get in the elevator to go down. Like, I won't wait to get downstairs if I gotta go. Like, it's not like, well, let's get on the elevator and I'll go. I will do it up here.
Really?
First. Yeah, because I hate the idea of I'm gonna get stuck in here.
Has anyone ever gotten stuck in one, and for how long?
I had the one at AT&T Stadium hang up and get stuck for 30 seconds once, and I was kind of freaking out because I know that happened to John Machota. Got stuck on there for 15 minutes one time, and so I was a little panicking there, especially because I didn't have a cell signal. I was like, oh crap, I'm gonna be stuck in here, and then it just started going again.
Yeah, I would think that's the best place to get stuck, where someone's obviously gonna notice, although those elevators can take forever.
Yeah.
So someone may just be like, no, they're going up and down, it's taking forever, it's stopping on every single floor.
I've never been.
But you're in an old rickety building at a hotel B&B.
Yeah, like the one that we were, like the Pearl. Like we were out in San Fran at the Tenderloin.
Oh,
that one we were stuck in. That had your name written on the inside, and you had never been there before.
Yes,
that one.
Yeah,
and it was
creepy.
That was very creepy. And if you were stuck in that one, you could go weeks without somebody finding you, because we were the only ones staying in the entire hotel.
Yeah, but if you're scared of elevators, you should just take steps to avoid it.
I see what you did there.
I stole that from David Hellman. Yeah.
I don't get it.
Steps. Take the steps.
You take steps to avoid it. You take actual steps.
Yeah.
Is Hellman taking the steps?
That's what Hellman said. Hellman said it as a joke. I just stole it from him.
Jim Harbaugh's such a coach. Quote, you get in those situations and it's a test of wills. I was proud of each of the guys and the two women that were on that elevator. That's a win. You feel good about yourself. You were challenged. It was a test of will, and you pull it down or you pull it in. And it was hot. as each person came off the elevator, sweating, and some had the shirt off. He was taking off the shirt with Dan Faust's wife sitting there in the elevator.
You pull it down, you pull it in. It was hot and sweaty taking shirts off. Jeez.
More from Harbaugh. Justin Herbert, his hair was a little wet, but his shirt was completely dry. That was another thing that blew me away. So you want to talk about clutch?
Yeah.
Fourth quarter testing. Trap your draft pick in an elevator in Indianapolis.
That should happen in Indy at the Combine.
Yeah.
Every single quarterback needs to get trapped in an elevator and figure out how they do it. It's got to be a surprise.
Quote, Justin Herbert's a leader. He was a rock, kept everybody calm, and everybody kept their poise. He did invite the Dallas Fire personnel to the team's meal room to eat, and he said it could have been a lot worse, could have been a lot more hours. Who knows how it would have ended.
Man.
Jim Harbaugh.
If only Justin Herbert would have viewed the Jaguars a couple years ago the same way he viewed that elevator, maybe he would have had the playoff win.
He would have, what a rock. That's a football guy right there.
Best and worst of the weekend, RJ Choppy back from Michigan.
Man, I don't know where to start on the best and worst. I'll say this. The best is the people of Northern Michigan. I left a rangefinder at a golf course. That's one of those things where it's like shoot the pin and it'll tell you exactly how far away it is, right?
Are they accurate?
Very accurate. Very, very accurate.
So you're cheating.
No, you're allowed to use those.
Are they expensive?
Yeah, they're like $300. Woo! Yeah, they're like $300. Well, I left mine at a golf course. And it was a really cool spot. It was a very old golf course. Jack Nicklaus has played there. Like, there's a lot of guys that have played there over the years. So I leave it there, and I didn't realize this till the next day. And I go to reach for it at the next round. I was like, uh-oh, where'd it go? Big problem. I call up. I was like, there's no way they have this. The cart kids took it, or somebody else took it. Like, that's what happened. That's what would happen here. I know that. You go to a public course here, 100% chance it's gone. Okay? Because I've had that happen. Or I took the one I have now. I didn't buy. I found at a golf course.
Oh, you didn't turn it in.
I did turn it in.
Do unto others.
I brought it to the pro shop, and I said, hey, I found this rangefinder. And the guy, he goes, what are you doing? He goes, no one's going to call up and get this because this thing's going to be taken. If I put this in Lost and Found, one of the cart kids is taking it.
Oh.
He goes, you just take it. I was like, okay, cool.
Wow.
I'll take it. So I call up, and he goes, yeah, we got about a half dozen here. These people are so honest.
They're so nice.
They're so nice.
Yes.
They brought it back to the Lost and Found.
And people say that about Dallas and the South.
And
we're kicking it back to Michigan.
Kicking it back up north.
Up north.
Fantastic. I cannot say enough about the people up there saving me an extra $300. I didn't want to have to spend that. That would have been an extra. I didn't pay for it the first time. So that is absolutely the best of the weekend. That was really cool for them to do that, for me to get that thing back. But the trip was great. The trip was great overall. The
Better
weather
than your previous trips there. It sounded like it.
I think it was. We played a lot of golf. We stayed on a cabin on a lake.
Whoa,
a small lake.
Wow.
And we got in the canoe. Canoed across.
Oh, nice.
Across the entire lake. It's not a big lake, right? It's not huge. But I got in that
Canoodled in the canoe?
We did not canoodle in the canoe. I'm not a water guy, so I'm hanging on for dear life on this canoe, and I fell out of it, and, scraped up my leg, big giant gash.
You legit fell out of it?
I was trying to get out, right? So we had gone to shore, and Sarah gets out of this thing. So now I'm standing up, and as she gets out, the weight distribution gets thrown off. So now I'm like, whoa, back and forth. Finally, I try to jump out of it, and I scraped my knee on some tree branch or something like that was in there. So I got that. That was a big problem. She fell through the dock.
What?
It was an old rickety dock, and she fell right through it. One of the panels had snapped, and her foot goes right through it.
Whoa.
Didn't
cut up?
No, not really. I got more cut up than she did. She didn't draw blood or anything. But that was a little scary. And I see her just half her leg missing, and I'm like, oh my God. That happens in Texas. You got a copperhead down there biting your toe off. But up there, there's nothing really to worry about. Maybe you'll get yourself a raccoon or whatever. We did see a snake, little garter snake, a little one.
Did you go approach it since you're now a snake expert?
No, I took some photos of it.
Oh, okay.
Some photos of it, but no, I didn't do that.
No snake fence necessary for you.
No snake fence necessary.
Oh, I see.
But it seems like it's working.
It's working great.
You haven't had a copperhead in a while.
It is working great. Joseph Hicks, the man. DM me for more details. Now, you didn't canoodle in the canoe, but
we did canoodle on a couple of golf courses. Yeah, we did.
So how?
Like on the greens?
It was not on the greens.
Yeah, how did that go?
Well, you're not really. You could go in the woods there. You go in the woods here, you never know, right? It's just different. Rattlers and copperheads up there. I mean, you've got nothing to worry. Maybe a bear.
Yeah.
Right, but you could. There's not gonna be that many bear. Right?
So two golf courses.
2 golf courses. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Look at that smile.
See, hey, you should try it. Pick up golf. I know you picked
breeze
up golf.
action. Oh yeah.
You what? Yeah, I know you picked up golf recently.
Well done. You're reading Peyton's email.
Yeah.
Impressive. And that is a best and worst of the weekend segue.
Yeah, terrible golf experience. My friends will golf every other weekend. I don't do it as much as they do, so I try and get out, every other month, maybe once every 6 months, if I'm lucky. But yeah, terrible golf experience. Kicked off the weekend in a bad way. You're just trying to be productive on a Friday right after the show. Went from here straight to Irving Golf Club, and the slice was hurting me, man. I think I lost on every drive. I lost 14 of 18. 14 balls and 18 holes.
Dang!
Wow! Yeah, all off my drive too. Nothing else. Everything else. Once I did my drop, it was perfect to the green. But
you said you were putting like a professional.
The putting was awesome. I will say that. I was outside. I'd laid up a little bit with the wedge outside the green, right on the edge, and we're talking 10, 15-yard putts here.
How hot was it?
Pretty hot. Got burnt. I put the sunscreen on. Not enough though. Didn't put enough. And tee time was like 10:55, 11 o'clock. I was like, we had some breeze, some clouds in the sky. I was like, okay, I'll be fine with this. And then it was a 4-hour round.
And then Saturday you worked. Do you think that those around you would think you were another control freak like last Cowboys game?
Well, no one would know because home games everyone's at the stadium, and so it's just me. So now it's when I really get bossy because we had a new guy roll on highlights back here in the back, Trevor, who did a great job. Chris is in running the network in the network studio, so it's just us 3 up here. But yeah, I'm bossy.
Bob, I know you want to start off your best and worst of the weekend with a Tolo dedication and shout out.
Yeah, it was some pretty upsetting news that we got on Friday.
What's up? Today we're drinking a frozen margarita with fresh watermelon and 2 shots of that good old rock and roll tequila.
Worst of the weekend is definitely the passing of Kenny and Quinlan, who was one of our most loyal Tolos, and specifically was almost a supporting cast member on G-Bag. Every week on What You Drinking, What You Thinking, he was calling in, and that was his line: the 2 shots of rock and roll tequila. And so Kenny passed away, I believe, on Thursday. We found out about it on Friday, right before G-Bag went on the air. And so, really sad.
So many
news.
Tolos responded to this as well.
Yeah, he's somebody who people want to take pictures with him when he shows up to our events. When they realize, oh, that's Kenny and Quinlan, then they're all excited to see him. I saw him last I think it was about 6 weeks ago. I had gone out to a G-Bag remote and he was hanging out there and we talked for a few minutes. But listen to the morning show, listen to KNC, listened all the way through, all the way. And so Kenny passed away at 70 last week, and it was a bummer. And so later that night, I went to Vector Brewing, and Eric and Zach were there, and Eric had rock and roll tequila in his car. And so we went outside, had two shots of rock and roll tequila. No, it's because Kenny had given it to him previously. And so he still had it in his car. And so we did 2 shots of rock and roll tequila and remembered our good buddy Kenny. But a lot of Tolos I know were saddened by that too. It's a big loss here at the station for sure. So
2 shots is low for you too.
I mean, how big's the shot, right? Kenny and I were champs. Our shots are bigger than other people. I'd never had rock and roll tequila. And I think they all are flavored different. This one's flavored strawberry. I never had strawberry flavored tequila.
Sounds wonderful.
It tasted like Fanta, basically.
I'll inject my liquor intake this weekend. I finally took your advice. I was watching the barbecue thing, and they were making a peanut butter. Dang it! What's the old fashioned?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, peanut butter. And then it clicked in my mind that you said try this screwball whiskey, and I think I had it in a shot.
You had, yeah. It's dangerous. So dangerous.
I'm in love with it.
Have you? So
I'm in love with it.
Are you drinking it room temperature or chilled?
Chilled.
It tastes like a peanut butter milkshake.
It's amazing. Mm-hmm. It's not like I'm like this is gonna get too sweet on the 3rd or 4th sip. I think that they have balanced like the sweetness perfectly. I'm in love with it. I want to just get a bowl of jelly, and I want to drink it and eat just a bowl of jam. drink it and eat a bowl. I want to chase it with a spoonful of jam because that is how wonderful this thing smells and tastes. I love it.
There is no kickback.
No.
Like, you take a shot of something else, and there's none. It's so dangerous.
I can even mix it with something else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I'm going to mix this and see if I can still get the peanut butter taste with something else stronger. And it was in that. I tasted it in that. It was very subtle, but not too weak. It was fantastic. And then yesterday I was like, let me try 3 sips of this to see if I'm sick of it. Like I was just, overreacting. Nope. Just as good. Fantastic. And it was like $29.
Yeah, not expensive.
No, now the alcohol content on it's not as high as some of it. I think it's like 32% or something. It's lower.
It's not like that 1845. Holy crap.
But it is one of those where I don't know if you've had this experience yet. You will. You're going to hear it get kind of gritty when you open the cap later because there is a lot of sugar in there and it'll build up on it. But it tastes so good. I've got some left. I'll bring it over to you next weekend. I'll let you have the rest of that one.
Or this weekend. I do need to go back to Peyton.
Okay.
Because his cooking craze has taken over the Metroplex. After
Air
last
frying
week,
hot dogs,
we
his
did
suggestion?
if you shut up, I'll say it. Choppy, you missed it last week. The air fried hot dog experiment. He seasoned them.
Yeah.
He seasoned them. He brought them in, and Tolos are now trying it.
Man, people left and right are tweeting at me, DMing on Twitter and Instagram, and they're like, "Hey, man, I'm about to try. What's the temperature I put on? How long do I put on?" Travis out there, who's always messaging me on Instagram, was talking to me about it, and I mean, people are really trying this. I mean, it was something that was so stupid that just came to my mind. And I was like, we'll see if this really takes off. But man, Tolos are going after it.
People were scoring it, like dressing it up, making it look all artistic and creative. Huge.
I got to try the mustard binder, like we talked about with Pittman, to see if like the actual.
I can't believe Pittman endorsed that. That was his dumbest food take
if the
ever.
seasoning will stay. Well, I don't know. The week before, he also endorsed my when you were out. He endorsed my idea that seafood places will make the rest of the food taste like fish. So he and I are in lockstep. By the way, Sean, screwball mixed with cranberry juice is what everybody's telling you tastes like the peanut butter and jelly.
Oh,
that's what people are mixing it with. That ends up mixing it with.
And it ends up with diabetes too.
Really,
you might. You never know.
Really quickly, quick shout out, Suya, who is a big listener to the morning show, has been for a long time. That I saw at AT&T Stadium. Was down there saying hey to Mike, the one like Mojo on, or John, the one like Mojo on the Twitch, and we had caught up. And while I was waiting for him, somebody came up and she said, "Oh, Bobby Belt." She's like, "Can I get a picture with you?" I was like, "Sure." And she goes, "I just want to let you know, I hated you before you were on the morning show." She's like, "Since you've gotten on the morning show, you're cool." But she's like, "But definitely before then, I did hate you a lot." I was like, thanks. Okay.
There are only 2 or 3 NFL offseason lists that I only care about, and one of them just dropped from The Athletic. Is the league buying the Aaron Rodgers rebound? Is anyone on Mahomes' tier? And where is number 4? NFL talent evaluators weigh in with one of the best QB lists out there. That's next after we hook you up on your home of the Rangers.
All right, Tolos, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Los Angeles Angels on Friday, September 6th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
But let's get you over to Johnson Fitness and Wellness. You know I'm passionate about the training and the workouts and the recovery, and absolutely.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Trey Lance at quarterback. Davis next to him, back looking right, standing, running, moving in the pocket, throwing in the end zone, intercepted. In the end zone and bringing it out.
Is that Tony Jefferson again?
It is Tony Jefferson again, the 10-year veteran.
Brad Sham with the call here Saturday on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. In case you were wondering, we are that station, home of America's team and the World Series champs. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell back together again. We got Peyton and Carter in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. In case you missed the news, it's a positive development for the Cowboys. Adam Schefter says the Browns are expected to leave Nick Chubb on the PUP list, which means he will be ineligible to be active during the first 4 games of the season. Was this something expected, or did people have their fantasy drafts taking Nick Chubb early, as I probably would have mistakenly if I had a draft yet?
So I had one of my drafts yesterday afternoon, and I did take Nick Chubb. Now, I believe I took him in the 7th or 9th round, I believe.
Knowing about injury?
Yeah, because I think it was. I guess it wasn't already out there, but his projected points had him out already the first 4 or 5 weeks. So I figured, he was only like the 105th ranked player too, so it was pretty obvious that he was going to be a late pick.
I'm looking right now. Now I don't know if this is updated, but it says he's the 37th rated running back.
That's low. I mean, so they're obviously.
So this does account for, because it does say he's put on the PUP.
Yeah.
So
that's good for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Now, Adam Schefter with the very latest. Is this going to be good for the Cowboys? His update just a short time ago on ESPN when it comes to CeeDee Lamb.
Justin Jefferson is at $35 million a year. So, okay, let's say CD isn't worth what Justin Jefferson is. He's a notch below. Okay, what is it? So is it 34? Is it 33? Is it between those two numbers? Is it 33 and a half? It's not that hard to get done. My understanding is there's not an issue with the years in the deal. I think in the end, ultimately, it's probably going to be just like the Jefferson deal. Jefferson was 4 years plus 1 that was left, 5 years in total, 1 and 4. And I would think that that'll be the case. That's not the issue. The issue is over the value of the deal. And the value should not be hard to figure out. And even if they can't figure it out, just sit down at a table and don't get up until that deal is done and this player is back and he's getting ready for the start of the regular season.
Are we really nickel and diming over $2 million? Is that why this is hung up? If that's the case, then the Cowboys need to just sit down and finish it. Like that sounds like that does not sound like a good enough reason to hold this up.
Well, what does that mean, the value of the deal, if 32, 33, 34? Is that what we're talking about?
Schefter's talking about like this gap
per
of
year.
I should be paid 35, you should be paid 33. Like that type of a debate sounds like it's what's going on.
And what is actually going on with Jamar Chase in Cincinnati?
He showed up to practice randomly out of nowhere. He's been holding in. He actually participated in practice.
Yeah,
and,
no one's going to miss
there.
games. He's not missing games.
No, but
he's not missing games.
He was there practicing and active, and so he could afford to miss games. All the money he's made at LSU, and all the money he made in the NFL to this point as a top pick.
Could you make the case that Lamb was maybe waiting on Chase?
Maybe
you can absolutely make that case. They're in the same ballpark of player.
He might have been waiting on Chase. I think it was more likely that if he was waiting on anybody, it might have been Tyreek Hill. That he was trying to see, all right, is Hill about to reset the market again way above Jefferson? I don't think anybody thought Chase would. There were some who thought Hill could have done something to reset the market.
Did he hurt CD?
Tyreek Hill?
I know he didn't help him.
No, he probably helped him because he got so much guaranteed. And we had heard that CD wanted more guaranteed.
The value
so the guarantee amount might have actually helped CD a little bit because it said that he deserved more of his contract guaranteed.
All right, let's get to this list that came out. Charles Haley in studio at 9 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, this is the NFL quarterback tiers list from The Athletic. They do this every year. It's their 11th annual survey that they were doing.
I can't believe that website's been around 11 years.
I don't think they have totally. I think it's a list that started somewhere else and then migrated with the writers moving over there. But this is basically they survey 50 different people across the NFL personnel landscape. It's personnel evaluators, coaches, different folks like that. And they ask them to put the quarterbacks on a tier, and then they weight the tier, and you get the average ranking of each player, and that's the list that you get. So if you are an average of 1 to 1.5, you're on tier 1, 1.5 to 2.5, it's tier 2, tier 3, 2.5, 3.5, so on, and it goes all the way down to tier 5, which is 4.5 or more. And so here's the list that we have. Tier 1, and they describe a tier 1 quarterback can carry his team each week. The team wins because of him. He expertly handles pure passing situations, and he has no real holes in his game. The number 1 quarterback in the NFL, slam dunk, it's Patrick Mahomes.
I was just waiting. He has reached. There was a point where like everybody was just trying to find a way for Mike Trout not to be the best player in baseball. There was a moment for like a 5-year stretch.
Yeah, just ask the NFL players who had him 4 in the top 100.
And I feel like the same thing's happening with Patrick Mahomes. Thankfully, cooler heads prevail.
You have to go back 4 years. The list from 4 years ago, the last time you can find anybody who submitted for this list that didn't have him on tier 1. In fact, in the history of the list, he's been on 249 of the 250 ballots. He's been tier 1. So he's a slam dunk. Number 1, easy. There's 2 other quarterbacks with him on tier 1. Any guesses?
With him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it's not his own tier. There were 2 other quarterbacks that were able to get tier 1.
Let's not give people that much credit then because that's stupid.
Stupid. He is his own tier.
Josh Allen.
Allen is on there. He's ranked 3rd with an average of 1.2. He was on 39 of the 50 ballots as a tier 1 quarterback.
So my wild card in this is going to be Lamar.
I know. It's tough to go. How would they?
My brain is saying go Burrow, but are they going to ding him for injury?
I'm with you. I would put Burrow there, but I don't know how they're going to do Lamar. I'll say Burrow.
I'll say Lamar.
It's Joe Burrow. He is number 2 in the league.
I only did that to be different. I really thought Burrow.
Okay, let's make sure we give Sean credit for that, and everybody keep track of that. Joe Burrow.
No. I'll address it. Bobby is such a, really everyone that I work with, they just want all their own credit. They want to pat themselves on the back. So when Trey Lance is throwing 5 picks, Bobby's lighting up the group text like, I'm going to get a standing ovation. I'm going to get all my flowers Monday. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I said there's no way that Cooper Rush isn't the 2 when the trade was made. I'd like to go back to that audio and figure out if you fought me on that. But now, conveniently, you want to forget that I dismissed Trey Lance, just automatically taking over for Cooper Rush and get all the credit for that yourself. Peyton Russell, now, Peyton's not bragging about this. I'm really attacking you, Bobby.
Yep.
But this whole air fryer hot dog thing, I'm the one who told Peyton to air fry the hot dog.
True.
The seasoning part is him, which is the dumb part of it. But the air fry part is me. But no one on this show allergic to giving other people props.
Choppy and I
Gunners, bunch of gunners. I play with AI. Who else is a chucker? all time.
Gilbert Arenas.
Mello.
Gilbert Arenas and Mello.
Yep.
No, Choppy and I both fought you on the Cooper Rush thing. You were right about that.
Oh, thank you.
And now you're gonna make me go back and dig where I think I have on 2-3 different occasions said, yeah, you were right that Lance was not the automatic backup quarterback. I have said that.
Y'all could say whatever I said. I don't even know.
Let's see where Trey Lance potentially finishes on this tier list here.
Except for the Bud Light take, which I got wrong.
Tier 2.
I don't even know what that was.
A tier 2.
You said it tasted like something.
Yes, green tomatoes. That's right.
A tier 2 quarterback can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situations in doses and or possesses other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above tier 3. He has a hole or two in his game, and there are a lot of quarterbacks on this list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 quarterbacks on tier 2.
11 tier 2?
Yes. Would you like me to just start picking off examples, or would you like to guess some of these names?
Let's knock them out.
Number 4.
Let's put Lamar on there.
Lamar Jackson is on here at number 4. He had 23 tier 1 votes, 26 on tier 2, and then he had one person who put him on tier 3. Next quarterback who is tied. It's a tie. Their ranking came in as a tie for the 5th best quarterback in the NFL.
Herbert.
Very good. Personnel evaluators here. You got to remember they love his traits. No bell there from Peyton Russell. 19 ballots put him on tier 1.
He's too busy in hot dog forums now.
19 ballots put him on tier 1.
Air fryer forums. No, someone wants Peyton to air fry something per week and do it as a segment. Someone suggested
That'd be a great segment.
Yeah, that's a good one. Tier 1, 19 people put him on tier 1, 30 on tier 2, 1 on tier 3 for Justin Herbert. One other player tied with him at 5th overall on tier 2.
I see the smirk. I'll put Dak Prescott.
Nope. Smirking for the wrong reason.
Hurts?
Matthew Stafford.
Oh.
Yeah.
Zach Wilczyk's boy, as I found out in drunk audio that we may hear on the G-Bag Nation today. Hopefully we can play it tomorrow.
I'm playing it. I'm telling Eric I'm playing it tomorrow if they don't get to it. Like he's going to have to deal with it because,
maybe he'll text you back since he can't text me back. Along with Spittle, Corey, Kevin, Dawson. Not that I'm keeping track.
No, it doesn't seem like it.
Doesn't seem like it at all.
Yeah, Zach Orlovsky trying to argue that Stafford is like the 4th best quarterback in the NFL. Matthew Stafford was put on tier 1 by 21 people, tier 2 by 26. So it's like, okay, well, he was on tier 1 more than Herbert was. Problem is 3 different evaluators put him on tier 3. So there is some, I guess it's a little more common opinion that Stafford would be on tier 3 than Herbert. The next name on the list at number 7 overall, they're still buying the hype.
Trevor?
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, Rodgers.
They're buying Aaron Rodgers still. Now, he has dropped down a tier. Last year, they had him on tier 1 going into the year. He's dropped down this year because of the Achilles injury. 23 people still put him on tier 1, but there were 2 that voted for him on tier 4.
Wow.
Which is way down the list. Number 8 on this list.
Dak.
It's a quarterback from Texas, but it is not Dak Prescott. That should narrow it for you, Chop.
Hang on.
CJ Stroud is next up on this list. You are
all right. Okay, because I was thinking like University of Texas. I was like,
no. 12 people put CJ Stroud on tier 1, but he was pretty unanimously a tier 2 guy at 35 votes. Sean and I were talking about this last week while you were out. Are you going to come down on the opinion of, like, are you wanting to put in writing like a wall of takes about the Houston Texans this year that you don't think they're going to be as good as people are selling?
I don't think they're going to be as good as people are selling.
That's not related to Stroud, though, right?
No, I think CJ's a really good player. I don't know.
You still want to pump the brakes.
Yeah, I'm just like, all right, kind of like it's the same thing. Like if you had a bad year, I would want to pump the brakes. You know, that on this thought that he can never play. Same thing on a good year. Like just well, let's not. I don't like Parcells. Don't put him in Canton yet. I think he's really, really good, but how much of it was there was an unknown about him?
Number 9 on this list.
Dak.
Fitting since he took number 9's job. It's number 4, Dak Prescott. He had 4 people put him up there on tier 1. He was outside of that pretty consistently tier 2 with 37 votes, but 9 put him on tier 3. Right up here, one offensive play caller said Dak can roll out of bed and throw for 450. It's unbelievable. It's just those moments in the playoffs against the Niners or Packers where if you want to be tier 1, one of those times you're going to have to put that team on your back and will a team to win. A defensive coordinator said, I have always given Dak a 2. When I did it this year, I gave him a 3. He proves year in and year out that he cannot get it done in the postseason. One executive who put him on tier 1 said without him, they would be a very average or marginal team. And a defensive coordinator said Dak is probably the definition of a 2. There are some holes. He's not perfect, but he's about as steady of a 2 as you can be. I'll just roll through some of the other names here on the tier 2 that are remaining. Jared Goff at number 10. Jalen Hurts 11.
So Dak was 9.
Dak was 9.
Okay.
Jared Goff 10. Jalen Hurts 11. Brock Purdy at 12. Still does not get consistent support. Nobody put him on tier 1. 16 people put him on tier 3.
System quarterback.
The last 2 on this list, Kirk Cousins at 13 and Jordan Love at 14. Those are your tier 2 quarterbacks. And then they've got the list that they've broken it down by who moved the most spots relative in their ranking. Biggest mover on the list, Jordan Love, moved 13 spots. Biggest faller, Trevor Lawrence. Dak Prescott, the only movers really on the list, Stafford up 6, Lamar Jackson up 4, Dak up 1. Fallers, Justin Fields down 2, Hurts down 4, Kyler Murray down 3, and Russell Wilson down 5 spots. But the big mover on this list is Jordan Love, and then Matt Stafford getting 6 spots up as well.
Why is Chubby Luka trending and the team that apparently is coming after number 77 with a report this weekend? That, Below the Belt, and Charles Haley live in studio, all right around the corner, right here on Sean and RJ.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ton of basketball news over the weekend, and a story that I think we could have justified leading off the entire show with. Dallas Maverick games to no longer be broadcasted on Bally Sports Southwest. This got a ton of reaction on my social medias.
No one's dying.
Was that a negative? Ugh.
Oh, now it's where? Because like Bally didn't impact me. You and I have Bally.
Yep.
So it was like, it wasn't for us. It wasn't, selfishly, it wasn't a big deal. Now it's like, now what do we do?
Well, Bobby has a prediction coming up. The NBA announced Friday it reached an agreement with Diamond Sports Group. They broadcast games through Bally's regional sports network, and they're currently going through Chapter 11. In the agreement, according to WFAA, Diamond Sports will be able to telecast local games for 13 NBA teams this year, as it has in the past. But 2 of the teams opted out. They said, we don't want this anymore attached to us. The Pelicans and the Mavericks. So now we don't know exactly where they're going. Mark Cuban had said that they're looking to maximize distribution, and there is speculation. Bobby Belt, take it away.
Yeah, I think where we're going with this is direct-to-consumer, cost-free, like ad-supported streaming platform like the Stars did with Victory Plus. Now, is that...
What is Victory Plus?
So Victory Plus is what the Stars announced earlier this year, which is going to be an app that you can either download on your smart TV, your Fire Stick, Roku, your phone, whatever else. But the idea with Victory Plus is going to be that they are going to have every game available for anybody to get over a free app, no membership cost, nothing. And that they are going to take the inventory from that, the commercial inventory, sell that, and then what you end up doing is you're basically using a broadcast TV structure like the TV networks would, and selling the ad space and generating your revenue that way. I believe the plan with Victory Plus, from what the Stars have said, is that they're also going to have unique content on there, and not just pre and post game shows, but other like unique original content that they'll have available on that app. But that's going to be they're going to kind of be the test case. Now, I believe there's a lot of people from the TV space who I think are involved in this Victory Plus thing, like people who've been TV executives and things like that. I believe they're the ones calling the shots here. So it's going to run like a TV network. But I would bet, do the Mavericks end up partnering with the Stars or something? Or do the Mavericks get their own kind of platform? How do they like approach one of those things? I'll be interested to see if it's that, if it's a partnership, or if it's a going your own way and creating all these separate apps. But this will ultimately, I think, be a victory for everybody.
Victory Plus.
Exactly.
Victory Plus. I would imagine they would partner just from the name. I mean, they're same arena, obviously. Like, for now,
yeah,
you could use Victory. I mean, Victory wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, because it's Victory Plaza.
Right.
So you can absolutely, Mavs could fit in over there if you wanted to. And the Mavs are going to be able to reach a wider audience more consistently. The ad revenue will be great from that, I would imagine, because the type of eyeballs and the way you can track, I'm guessing, much easier app usage than you can TV ratings or anything else. Like, you're going to be able to give them all these different metrics to advertising things and say, hey, this is how many people we know are tuning into these Mavericks game coming off of an NBA Finals run, coming off of, or, introducing Klay Thompson to Mavericks fans. So I think ultimately this is going to be better for everybody in DFW as a viewer, and it's going to be profitable for the Mavericks.
So we no longer have to factor Bally into our TV network that we buy, purchase, app-wise, whether it's DirecTV, satellite provider, all that stuff. Gone.
It's gone. It's felt borderline antitrust, like with the issues that have existed where it's you're held hostage to that channel in this market.
So how much lower is our cable bill going to be, if at all?
I'm sticking right now with DirecTV, as I just got the Red Zone sports package.
Did you get the Sunday ticket?
No,
or you don't need it anymore?
I don't need it.
Okay, because
I haven't gotten Sunday Ticket for a couple years.
YouTube TV, man. If you don't end up needing it, YouTube TV, because Sunday Ticket's cheaper through YouTube TV, and this year they're now letting you pick the 4 games you want in your 4 box for college and NFL.
I think DirecTV is copycatting the four box thing.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Very
that'd
Apple
really
behavior.
nice.
I don't know if I can watch that. I don't know if that would hurt my focus.
Well, I don't think if you're just watching like the noon games, that'd be cool, right? Or the college football games, right? But if it's a team that you really, really care about, there's no way you can do all 4. I don't think.
I trust Siciliano. I did. He's gone. I trust Scott Hansen to just bring me every single highlight and throw, which they do. If it's a nice 30-yard throw, they go and show it. I love it.
I'll say I think the 4 box is more valuable for college than NFL, because college, it's like every week there's so many different games going on. You're trying to keep up with so many things that, as long as you have a big enough TV, Sean, you could just be able to focus on that. That one quarter isn't so much of a problem.
You don't think my TV's big?
No, I think yours is. That's why I'm saying that you should be fine. I'm talking about my TV.
I should have probably gotten a bigger one. Florio, Pro Football Talk.
Couldn't carry it with the hands.
Wrote this because I just carry my TV around my house.
Yeah.
You know?
Everybody does.
That's
Everybody
right.
does. Come on now.
A feature fans have wanted for years is finally coming to Sunday Ticket, a customizable multi-view that allows you to pick 2, 3, or 4 games that will be on one screen. YouTube is ditching the old system of having pre-selected multi-view options and letting viewers put any combo of games they want on the screen.
What a novel concept. Hey, let's let you put the games you want on your TV screen, not the ones that we choose for you.
Yeah.
I'd always thought that was
That's weird.
I always thought that was I thought that was a network arm twisting where it's like, no, we don't want you 4-boxing us with other networks. Like, you got to pick stuff that we own.
You won't be able to do it if your local CBS or Fox is airing that game to have it in your collection of screens, but that's where we are with that. All right. Goran Dragic had a basketball send-off that everyone was in love with. He had like a final basketball game. And I love just going up and down the rosters because it's, way back time machine memories. Steve Nash, Goran, Vladimir Radmanovic, Vucevic, and Chris Bosh were on one team. On the other team, Team Luka, Dirk, Bogdan Bogdanovic, the Joker, Luis Scola, Robin Lopez.
Oh, baby.
And
Luis Scola, man.
They couldn't put Dragic on a winning team to send him off.
And Luka went viral from some over, shocker again, his weight and the way that he was appearing.
Yeah, he looked tubby.
Well, when he ran out again, this is camera angle stuff. When he ran out for the intros with Dirk,
belly.
I didn't. Yeah, some people said this dude just Zion. But,
Yeah.
When he ran out with the intros with Dirk, I didn't notice anything. And then you look at this highlight going left to right on your screen. It doesn't. He's plotting.
He's plotting. Plotting is a great way to put it. He's still got that rock tape or the KT tape, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
On his shoulder. Look, I've stopped asking questions. The dude has proven time and time again it doesn't matter what his weight is or his physique looks like in July and August. He'll be all that matters now is what is he like. Forget come the regular season. It's what is he like come playoff time. Like, that's it. And he was hobbling his way through the Western Conference playoffs, and he still got this team to the NBA Finals.
What did you make of the video of anything, Bobby? Something or nothing?
No, I mean, like Choppy's saying here, he is.
Someone said, why does it look like he switched bodies with Jokic?
Yeah.
This is what we were a little concerned about, right? Like the idea of
not after he played for Team Slovenia,
but if he doesn't get into the Olympics,
right?
Remember, it was like if he stays in the Olympics, he's in playing shape the whole time. If he's got a month to sit around and drink beers and
That's
stuff,
Slovenian beer, man. I wonder what it's like. It's got to be high cal.
It's the same thing we go through or went through every year early on in Zeke's career, where people are gonna be like, he's gonna be playing himself into shape the first few weeks, and then we'll get the peak version of him when it matters most for the meat of the schedule, as one might say.
All right, before we leave that game, Paul Pierce was on Kevin Hart's podcast. You bleeped a lot of this, right? This was Paul Pierce telling a story, Mike Bassick is going to love this, of Kevin Garnett trying to get himself hyped up while Dirk was kicking his ass.
Did KGs will make up things to motivate himself. So I'm going to tell you this story. We play in Dallas.
That's great.
In Dallas. And Dirk is busting KG's ass. Right? So I'm on the wing. I'm playing defense on the corner guy, and Dirk make a move, and KG foul him. And KG like, man, that shit. He called me a I was like, hey. And I'm like, no, listen. So I'm like, KG, he didn't. I was standing right there. He didn't.
Right.
He didn't. I know he didn't, KG. Don't say that. He said, yes, he did. He said it in German. I started to learn. He say things to get himself going.
Yeah.
And I was like, he didn't say that. Right there.
He said it in German.
That's crazy.
Total loser. A total loser, Kevin Garnett. Which is why, Chop, you're going to be glad you weren't here last week when we read Hoops Hype's new list of the top 78 greatest NBA players of all time. They had KG like 4 spots ahead of Dirk. Again.
That's just lunacy. The end of the careers dictated that. I mean, the head-to-head dictated that for that matter. But I thought you would love this. This is what, like, MJ used to make up stuff like this. He used to make up things about people.
Well, it's a Dirk nemesis, so Bobby has to.
Because, like, this is what the greats will find any way to get themselves motivated, including lie to themselves. They know they're lying to themselves.
Good for Paul Pierce, though, not allowing that to breathe.
Yeah.
Like, throwing in N-words and stuff, and he's like, Kevin, stop. KG, he didn't do that.
Well, because if he wasn't there to hear that or rebuff it, would KG have gone in post-game and said something like that publicly? Like, would he have, or was he just literally trying to hype himself up, or did he believe it?
What about this report from the Mismatch Pod? Kevin O'Connor on the Lakers targeting Luka.
I've reported on this podcast and on The Ringer how they have their sights set for Luka in the future. We'll see if that works out. Dallas just made a finals. Dallas is looking better than ever with their supporting cast. That may not work out. But the Lakers, by not trading their future picks, clearly they're still thinking long-term at this point. They're not going all in like you might expect many teams to do with LeBron James.
All right. LeBron, if LeBron was 30 years old, I think this is a huge fear for any Mav fan.
Sure.
LeBron at 40 years old, Luka's not asking out anytime soon, I wouldn't think. I just don't see the fear. Like, Luka's...
What are you worried about less? Luka's weight or this Laker report?
I mean... Well, that's a good one.
But they're both kind of in the same discussion.
They're
We're all just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not
We're
really...
saving it for the end of the segment. That tells you something.
I'm not worried about his weight because, I mean, he'll be in shape when it's time to go. And that's what the off season's for. It's bulking season, man. He's just getting bigger. And then with this... If LeBron was 30, I'm scared. But by the time Luka's ready to leave DFW, if he's ever ready to leave, I don't see... Do the Lakers mean anything to him without LeBron James?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about this is that this report is tying it into, like, it's completely divorced from LeBron. The idea of being like, no, this is the heir apparent to LeBron, not somebody that LeBron would woo over here. This is somebody who's going to come in and replace him. The only thing you'd have to worry about with that connection, I guess, is he is close with Redick. Is Redick enough of a guy that he... Because, I mean, Luka doesn't like doing a bunch of media. He would sit down with Redick whenever Redick wanted him to. And so... They're close. Is that something where he could tell him, hey, Luka, you know the way that we are. I know that I can help get you in the spot to take you to another level. I'm not that concerned about this. I'd be more concerned about the Sean Sharif created theory that Jokic and Luka teaming up. I think that's the one that would concern me more than a Lakers thing, because I don't think the Lakers are a draw for him without LeBron.
You see them playing patty cake on the bench of Goran's game. Joker pouring water on his head and back and forth passing.
Same conditioning routine during the offseason.
Joker would run him into the ground now.
Yeah, probably.
There's obviously no fighting between the Serbia and Slovenia population because they're boys. They're boys.
Oh yeah. All right, Charles Haley in studio at 9:00 this morning. Who helped and hurt their case for the roster on Saturday with cut down day tomorrow? That's next in Below the Belt with Roberto on the home of the boys after this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
13th play, Lance fade, left side of the end zone for Flournoy. Did he get it? He got it. Seen that play in practice about a half a dozen times.
One of the star-ups from Saturday's game, Ryan Flournoy. But was it enough to make the roster?
And a really nice pass, too, from Trey.
It was. It was one of several nice passes he made. What did he throw? He threw 2 touchdown passes in this game, right? One to Flournoy and one to the Chargers, I believe it was. So there you go. Yeah, let's take a look at the guys.
Did you get Tolos saying, the Tolos who criticized you last week, any retractions?
No. I mean,
Isn't that amazing?
There are a lot who dug it. I think most of the people who were saying, hey, make sure to hold Brian accountable were people who were on my side already. I guess I didn't go back and check on all of them.
And the great Brian Broaddus called in at 6:20 to own it.
Sounded a little dug in, maybe. Just a little bit. But he was still saying he progressed. But no, it's a lot of the stuff I got from Lance. I still got people who were telling me, like, you ready to admit you were wrong about Lance? He looks pretty good out there today. And this was like while he had 4 interceptions. And I was like, I can't keep up with you guys. But again, to just show the inconsistency, much like Trey Lance, that exists on Cowboys Twitter, people were replying to quotes of mine, like when I would say something good about what Trey Lance had just done in the game. And people were like, you're such a simp for the Cowboys defending this Trey Lance. Like, have you guys not listened to anything I've said for the last 6 weeks? Because no one would ever accuse me of being the Trey Lance hype man. That's not where I fall down.
No, it would fall counter to what you really want.
Absolutely. All right, so let's take a look at guys who helped hurt their cases, where players are at in terms of the roster construction, guys who are on the bubble. Brian and I have talked about this a lot recently on Love of the Star, which we recorded by ourselves on Friday while Peyton was playing golf.
Thank you.
Brian and I have talked about this a lot. The idea of the bubble player doesn't exist as much as our conversations would lead you to believe.
They already know. They've known for 2 weeks, I'm sure.
They know other than, like, I think when they get to camp, maybe you have 5 spots that they think are legitimately up for grab on the back end of the roster. And you carry 46 into game day, which means the Cowboys probably enter training camp knowing who's going to be their game day roster the first day of camp. Now, guys can play poorly or guys can play really well, and that can shift and change sometimes, but that's not
it's 1 or 2
common.
guys you're talking about.
And I think when we entered this game on Saturday, you were looking at a handful of guys, maybe 5 or 6 that were true on the bubble players. Like Andrew Booth, as poor as he played in that game, giving up that touchdown to Simi Fehoko, I don't think Andrew Booth was ever on the bubble. If he was, he may have gotten kicked off from that. But I think they knew Booth is going to be here, get him some reps, especially after the Bland injury. This is what they were going to have happen. So I think Booth was on the roster the whole time. Here are some of the guys that I think were legitimately on the bubble. Ryan Flournoy right there. I think Flournoy was on the bubble because of just a numbers game of how many receivers do we keep. I think he separated himself from Racey McMath, Tyron Billy Johnson, Jalen Cropper. I think Flournoy is the guy they would prefer. Their question just comes down to, can we afford to keep 6 receivers or not? Do we need to keep 5 and potentially add another guy on defense or keep an extra offensive lineman or, one of those setups like that? So Flournoy was a guy to me who I think was trying to make a case, make it difficult for the Cowboys to cut him and try to force them to keep a 6th receiver. And I thought he played well overall. He's a draft pick. That kind of gives him some leverage, I think, in terms of the Cowboys' minds of trying to figure out, we don't like cutting our draft picks typically. It's somebody we valued. We want to keep him around. The only thing that set him behind was injury during training camp. He's been pretty good most of the time when he's been out there. It's just he was hurt a little bit. Has Flournoy stood out to you guys at all through camp or games or anything else? Do you look at him and say, like, yeah, that's somebody I would prefer to have on the roster?
Yeah, he's stood out.
Is it enough to say that you would be willing to sacrifice an extra running back? Would you be willing to run with 3 backs given all the uncertainty about who's actually good in order to keep a guy like Flournoy?
So numbers game would be...
Let's say you're talking about Vaughn or Flournoy. That you're talking about you get to keep Deuce Vaughn or you get to keep Ryan Flournoy, and that's going to be what you get to pick. Ooh. Because I think Flournoy is the better player right now, and I think Vaughn is who most people would want to keep.
And who are my receivers in front of Ryan?
You would have CeeDee Lamb, assuming, Brandon Cooks, Jalen Tolbert, Kavontae Turpin, Jalen Brooks.
I'm gonna keep the receiver.
So you would rather keep Flournoy and just say, sorry, Deuce, we'll love to try and get you to the practice squad.
I might want to keep Deuce over one of the other guys.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because your running backs would be...
Your running backs for sure that are on the roster, slam dunk, or Zeke and Dowdle. That's it. I think Lipke's on as a fullback. And at that point, you're talking about, do we keep 2 more? Do we keep Vaughn and Freeman or Vaughn and Davis? How do we couple those up? My guess right now, when I was going through my 53 over the weekend, which I'll publish later today when I finalize it, when I feel comfortable with it. But my feeling was Vaughn is going to be on, I think. And I've got Flournoy off because I think they feel like they've got just numbers game that's crunching them too many other ways.
My issue would be, obviously running backs get hurt at a higher rate. Knock on wood that you don't have injuries anywhere. But the running backs get hurt at a higher rate, so I would probably keep Deuce.
One of the other guys that I think was truly on the bubble heading in this game, 2 guys actually, who I think may have been competing for the same spot, Josh Ball and Matt Waletzko, 2 disappointing offensive linemen that you've picked in the 4th round over the last couple years. I think Ball's been better overall. Ball can play both sides. Ball can play tackle or guard. You can do a lot with him. I was given a little pause when I was going through my roster. I saw Calvin Watkins, for instance, put Ball and Willetsko both on the roster. I had just Ball on there. I saw Todd Archer, I think, had just Willetsko. And when Todd goes there, I really feel good about when Todd comes out with a 53 projection.
And Todd is joining us tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
He will. He'll preview things for us there. He made sure to, when I walked up to him, he made sure to troll me pretty heavily. In fact, when I walked up to him in Machota postgame show, I saw Todd whisper in John's ear. I was like, I don't know what that's about. Came over, made a joke about Trey Lance, and Archer goes, told you, 30 seconds he was going to come over. He was going to say something sarcastic about Trey Lance. I knew it was coming. But Todd Archer will join us tomorrow, and he has Willetsko on. Willetsko to me has been troubling. Like when I watch him out there against guys who are not even starting consistently, he's not stable enough. A lot of the pressure that Lance sees, I'd have a tough time justifying his spot over somebody else potentially.
What about Julius Wood?
So Julius Wood
he got the tipped interception the other day.
Yeah, and that's one of Brian's favorites throughout training camp that he watches and he just is a big fan of. Julius Wood, to me, the only issue there is just the numbers. Like you've got 4 safeties that are locked in. Malik Hooker, Donovan Wilson, Wanye Thomas, and Marquise Bell. There's probably going to be a 5th defensive back, corner safety, however you want to call him. He's more a corner, but he doesn't play defense. CJ Goodwin. You're going to have to devote a special team spot to him, and that can be really tough because that eats up a spot that you're not doing anything for them. We always talk about what are you doing on special teams to justify being an offensive or defensive player on this roster. I personally have a tough time saying I'm only keeping you because you're special teams. So when it's only that decision and you're not giving me any other snaps anywhere else, that's something that's tough for me. But Julius Wood, I think if you didn't have Marquise Bell, if you didn't have Wanye Thomas, I think Julius Wood would be on. Somebody in the secondary who I think is a slam dunk to be on at this point, that after talking to people this weekend, that was the impression I got. And I was like, wow, I thought we were talking about him as a bubble guy. Israel Mukuamu sounds like he's on the roster definitively as a guy who can play corner and safety and do some different things for you and has performed really well overall.
I think we should get the number 51, 52, and 53 predictions from the Hall of Famer coming in studio to sit down with us. Charles Haley, you are now live. You're good to go on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan, as we get the headphones turned up. We good there with that, Charles?
I'm good, man.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right, just grab your mic and bam, welcome to the morning show. How are you?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you for coming in. How many of these preseason games you watch?
0.
When do you feel like the preseason kind of like lost its importance, as we feel and believe too? It's like we have to watch it for our job, but it's pretty brutal to get through.
Well, none of the veterans play. I you know what? If I had to watch, it would be Kansas City because he does get out there and play. Rest of the teams, they don't do anything.
How was it when you played? What was the preseason rules for starters? Like when you became, a really good player, did you play at all? The third game?
I think we played like quarters. I know the third game everybody played, and then the fourth game you played like a quarter or like the first series, and then all the people that get ready to cut played after that.
Did it do anything for you? Did you want to get some reps in the preseason?
No. It has no benefit. It has no benefit. A lot of guys get hurt because you're playing against guys that are trying to make a roster, so they're going to do the dumbest stuff, cut you, all this other stuff. So it has no purpose.
What do you think when you head on out to Oxnard in training camp and watch the way that things are done in today's NFL with the practices?
I think the guys got it pretty good. They don't know how good they got it. My problem is that they don't understand they need to do a little bit more, and that they need to run a little bit more. They need to watch film a little bit more. It's a lot of things they can do without actually hitting. But in order to learn stuff, you have to go through stuff. So you have to do the moves, do the pass rush moves, do the reaction move. But if you limit that, then you limit your ability.
Charles Haley in studio, sitting down with us here on the home of the Cowboys. More with Charles. You can call or text in your questions for him at 877-881-1053. The Hall of Famer and one of the best football lives that you could ever see. Charles Haley with us next on Sean and RJ.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam starts with the Hall of Famer in studio, the great Charles Haley, here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Are you geared up for football season? How much have you been around the team this offseason?
Not at all this year. I haven't. I went up to talk to Zimmer a little bit when he got hired, but they went to camp, the Hall of Fame, and then doing stuff for my foundation hasn't given me the opportunity to go up there. I'll start going up there this week a little bit.
How awesome is it going to Canton, and who do you kind of hang out with? Who's in your circle when you go? Or is it just events where it's all of you together every single day? Who's your Charles Haley posse there in Canton for Hall of Fame weekend?
My son is my posse. But it's the group together. We're all in one hotel together. So, it's a great time because I get to go up. I grew up in the South. We was in the church or in the church during Sunday, so I never got to see these guys. So now I really get to meet these guys. I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, so I really gravitate towards those guys a lot.
You're a Steeler fan?
Yes.
Have you always been?
Always. Mean Joe Green is that Coke commercial. That was the first. Yeah. That was the first pro game, and then from that day on, I wanted to be like him. So I changed my game. I wanted to be Mean Joe.
When you go out to practice or in the locker room, what is your mentality? Like, I just have free reign. I'm going to watch a pass rush drill, and I'm going to step in and correct. I'm going to talk about leadership. Like, Charles Haley just goes in and adjusts and gives advice where you see fit.
Well, I try to mentor guys more than coach guys, but it ends up to be either way. Guys, they don't understand that discipline is the key to success. That accountability, every team. I try to go in and get them to understand that individuals don't win. So, and then when I go out on the field, I watch. And then when practice is over or the next day, I tell them what they did wrong. The worst part of it is when I'll see it, it's hard for me to forget it.
Let me ask you what's probably a stupid question.
Probably is.
When you're working with guys and we see pictures of your video with hand placement and technique, how much of that and what you're teaching and what you know still applies to today's NFL? Does it never change and will never change with all the changes of the league and the way that things have changed for the offense or technique? Is the Charles Haley technique school of pass rushing, it will always apply in what you teach?
Always. Because, they still got to punch you. They still got to grab you, So it's just seeing the hand placement. Now they can put their hands outside your shoulders and grab hold to. So what most offensive linemen do, they open up so guys can power rush, and then they put their hands outside, and then they take a couple step back and plant. So hand speed increase foot speed. So the faster you could use your hands, the quicker you get around guys.
Who was someone, Charles, that you worked with here over the years or throughout the league where you're like, all right, this kid, he's interested in learning it, he's picking it up, he's applying it? Who was a Charles Haley student that impressed you when you worked with them?
Well, they tell me they better than me. So I don't get impressed that much. I just pick my spots and try to help them.
Charles, a couple of weeks ago, we had a story that Tiger Woods was not let into a clubhouse because he didn't have the right pass on. So he points to a billboard with this picture. I said, "That's my pass right there." You're pretty recognizable. Has it ever when was the last time it happened where somebody wouldn't let you into a spot that you had access to? They said, "No, you don't have the right pass on," and then you had to set the record straight.
Oh, that shit don't happen. That doesn't happen. Hey, that doesn't happen. Because you know what, some people get sticklers over that kind of stuff, but I'm real pointed. I try to treat everybody with respect, and because we're all teammates that at the facilities and at the stadium, and you know what, if one person questioned, there's 5 others telling them who I am. So, and then we keep it moving.
Charles, you mentioned Mean Joe Green a second ago, somebody that you looked up to. Nate Newton at the end of last year had said there's not enough mean on this Cowboys football team. He's like, we had mean on our team. He's like, Kevin Gogan was mean. James Washington was mean. Like, that was part of our edge. We talked to Emmett at Super Bowl. Emmett said the same thing. He's like, yeah, the team's not mean enough. They need a more of a mean streak. It's not just about tough. You got to be a little bit nasty. When you see this Cowboys football team today, and like you said, you'll go see them later this week, do you think that's something that they've been missing the last couple of years, is just a mean streak?
The NFL has fined the mean outer guys. Guys don't want to get fined, because they get fined heavily for different things. So for me, when you look at the game, it's more of a flag football type game to me, because when you talk to players, they scared to do this, they scared to do that. So how do you play? How do you play with an edge?
Yeah.
What continues to be missing around here in terms of playoff success and advancing?
I don't know. I think I'd do like y'all guys. Wait till Monday and tell them what they're missing. I that's what I don't know. I'm not a genie. All I know is that the Cowboys have a blueprint of winning. 49ers got a blueprint of winning because we did that for years. And if you reproduce that same thing, then I think you'll have success. And I haven't seen that being reproduced yet.
When you're critical or say honest things, do the players get upset? Does Jerry get upset? Do you hear? I know you don't care, but do you hear back from them when you say those types of things?
No, I have not. The truth will set you free. I don't say things that are not factual. So, what can you say?
Who came into your locker rooms? Or were you just like one of these young kids, like, oh, here comes the old guy, the know-it-all? Who came into your 49er or Cowboy locker rooms in a mentor-type role that you listened to or that you paid attention to? Or did you not? Were you just like some of the young kids back in your day of, all right, man, get out of here. Let us do our thing?
Well, I don't remember guys coming in doing that. I know the 49ers probably had the most access, but I never, guys, maybe they did it to other people, but nobody came in to try to help me at all. Maybe my persona of, being a mean person or whatever, maybe that kept them away, but I didn't have that.
There's so many stories, including from local reporters being afraid of you back in the day. Were you afraid of any teammate? Were you like, I'm going to keep my distance from this dude? This guy could do some damage if we tick him off. Was there that Charles Haley that you were wary of?
I don't think so.
Even as a rookie or second year guy.
You know what? I came in the league, and Joe Montana, Ronnie Lott, Jerry Rice. I came in the league, and these guys played with me like I was a veteran, which I couldn't understand that. I'm a 4th-round draft pick from James Madison, and I couldn't understand that type of love they were giving me when, I didn't know whether I was going to make the team or not. And then my physicality, when I get mad, it goes from mad to anger to extreme.
Yeah.
So I just didn't understand that.
Was there a teammate that was so scared of you that every time you walked by, they kind of flinched? Just like a preemptive.
No. Hey, I'm approachable. There were some coaches that probably had that kind of mentality. The thing that I hate the most is, as a player, is incompetent people that only thing they could do is yell. They don't teach you anything. If you're gonna yell at me about something, what did I do wrong? Show me how to do it better. And if you can't do that, then you shouldn't open your mouth.
CeeDee Lamb, obviously a big part of what the Cowboys did last year, holding out for a new contract right now. There's the very famous story of that you are responsible for getting Emmitt Smith back here because of a helmet and a wall, I believe, where Jerry was like, all right, okay, Charles wants me to sign Emmitt. I'm going to make sure Emmitt gets done, and he's back here after a loss to Buffalo. Would you be making similar demands if you were in that locker room right now to get CeeDee Lamb done?
You know what? We've seen this play before, and it didn't work before. But the thing is, as Jerry, if you listen to what Jerry and Steven says, they don't have enough money to pay everybody. And, they forked the wrench over the years. So now it came back. But CeeDee Lamb is a big part of the success of this team. And the question you have to ask yourself, how many players on the team think that they can't win without him? Mm-hmm. And if you got the majority of your team believing that, then it doesn't matter how good you play or whatever, they're going to realize that they can't win without him, and they're not going to give you 100%.
We all know last year Jimmy getting put in the Ring of Honor meant a lot to Jimmy, and that was something that was important. Did that mean something to you guys as players who played under Jimmy? Was that something that you guys finally felt like, all right, this has been righted? I'm glad Jerry finally did the right thing here.
Well, Jimmy took one of the worst teams in the NFL, and he took them to the house twice, and he rebuilt and had the youngest team. The success that he had is proven, and Jared did right by putting him in, and the fans and the players wanted him in.
Charles Haley in studio here on 105.3 The Fan. One more thing, going back to Lamb and all the contract stuff. I saw some headlines where you said trade Dak. That is because of the situation.
I did not say trade Dak.
Okay.
I said if you trade Dak, it'd be 100 teams out there waiting for him.
You're a fan of his.
Oh, Dak is, what is it? It was number 2 rated quarterback in
MVP,
the league.
Second.
Hey, so what? You got teams that got skilled players around them that Dak can exploit.
Is Micah? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
Is Micah Parsons the next great one?
Michael's performance is showing the type of talent he is. My thing is do more building players up, or in the locker room turn them down, but not on the media. I think that my thing was I was a butthole to the D line. Most of them hated me. I'm not gonna lie to you, because you know what? I held people accountable. I made people stay out and work. I made people run after practice. Hey, I made them do all the little things, because you know what? I had one goal, and that's to win. And that's my standard of excellence.
Charles, September 9th, it's a Legend event. It's a dinner. September 10th is the golf tournament. There's still tickets and placements available, tackletomorrow.com. What are you doing with that? What is Tackle Tomorrow?
Tackle Tomorrow is a reading program that we do in DISD. We take we get the worst schools that are about ready to close, and we take through our station, we take our internet program in, and then we bring reading coaches into the classroom, that retired 30-year reading coaches, and we try to take stuff off of the teachers' desk, and we create 2 computer rooms. But the other thing that we've learned that we had to do as Tackle Tomorrow, we had to build a community. So we do GED, ESL classes and basic computer skills for the parents. So you have to, in order to feed a child, you got to feed the community. You have to get everyone involved.
How's your golf game?
You know what? My thing is we gotta give white guys something to be good at. So we gave y'all golf. And, the cold water sports, all that stuff, swimming, we had to give y'all something to be good at, bro.
The great Charles Haley in the studio. We will tweet and send out all the information. One of the biggest difference makers in NFL history and maybe the best football life of them all if you get a chance to watch it on TV. Thanks for coming in. We only had to use the curse button one time. We appreciate you for that.
Oh, God, man. You know what? It's great. We have a raffle with 2 Super Bowl tickets and 2 season tickets and a helmet by all the Hall of Famers that we have online that we're trying to raise money to really help get the kids what they need to be successful.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Charles.
TackleTomorrow.com. Huge Hall of Fame turnout from a player standpoint at this dinner.
Well, thank you.
The 5 players who made the Cowboys on Saturday, Nick Eatman has them. Next from DallasCowboys.com.
Let's get your...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and 4, snap in the gun. Lance throws a bullet, tipped and intercepted. At the 20, coming down the left side to the 15, and running right over Lance for the touchdown, Tremon Morris-Bragg.
C minus, maybe a D plus for the Trey Lance grade with 5 interceptions on Saturday against the Chargers. Still better throws, better positive throws than I think he had the week before against the Raiders. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell back together again. Can you imagine Charles Haley? Did anyone else watch his Football Life besides me?
Yeah, I watched his Football Life, and years ago for my podcast, like I interviewed him for his book that he wrote. His book is intense. Like when you go through just his entire trajectory, all the things he went through, he's got an incredible story.
The big pieces of injury news, of course, Nick Chubb looks like he is going to miss this opener and 3 weeks after that. And, of course, the terrible news of the weekend for the Cowboys, DaRon Bland out 6 to 8 weeks. Let's bring in Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, how big of a blow is the DaRon Bland news to start off?
Well, it's big. I mean, it's big, and I know that everyone wants to say next man up, and they should. I mean, because that's the only thing that the Cowboys have to do right now is to say next man up. But it is a big injury, especially when you consider the fact that, I mean, we haven't seen, Trayvon Diggs in full just yet. I mean, I know he's practiced some, and they're working his way back in, but, you were kind of leaning on the fact that Bland was there, and then, hoping that Diggs would kind of, get back into his normal self, sooner than later. So to have a ball hawk like that's led the league in picks, he's going to be out at least 4 games, maybe more. That's a big blow because the first part of the season looks really tough for the Cowboys.
Based on what you've seen, the limited stuff you've seen from Diggs, if the season's if it starts tomorrow, can he go 60 plays?
I don't think so. And again, I'm not going off of anything other than we just haven't seen that yet. Maybe he can, but I think they're going to limit him. But that just shows that they got more guys that they're going to have to play, and Bland obviously isn't one of them. So as much as I keep hearing, Kalen Carson's good, he's fine, he's going to be a really good player, and he probably is, but I don't think Amari Cooper is going to be worried about him in week 1, or anybody for that matter. And all I'm saying is that, yeah, it's a big blow. And so I just think it's a little annoying when people kind of say, hey, they'll be fine. We're fine. Next man up. Which it's true, but the next man isn't as good. Or if he was, he wouldn't be the next man.
Nick Eatman joining us here on 105 to the Fan. Okay, Nick, looking at the corner depth specifically, what's behind them? Andrew Booth giving up that big touchdown in Saturday's game, the 78-yarder. If he is not, if DaRon Bland's healthy, is that the kind of play that would have had him off the roster on cut down day tomorrow?
I don't know about that. They like Booth because of his quickness. I mean, but he's got some issues with, it seems like just strength. And I mean, when I say which one, he gave up the big one to Fehoko, but the run though in the first play of the game, like he was in the he was like in the stands, like getting blocked. Like that's where he was supposed to be. Like you're not supposed to be able to run down the sideline like that. So, he's got some issues there, but Nashawn Wright wasn't any better, and that's why they traded for him. So I don't know about off the roster. It's either him and Keemon Hall got banged up a little bit before the game. They kept him out. I still think there's going to be somebody probably better than all of them at cornerback. I just have to believe that they're going to look at the cornerback position, see somebody out there, and think that guy's better for our team than what they have right now.
There's someone out there?
It's got to be.
After Tuesday, there might be.
Like
I mean,
Stephon
that's
Gilmore?
what I mean.
Yeah.
No, but they were. I mean, if that was, just think, if that was his price, if the Cowboys are getting killed for not signing him, just remember this: the price that he signed at. What do you think his price was all year?
Yeah.
I mean, all summer. I mean, it was $7 million, deal for this year. I mean, like, it was probably a lot more than that. So, I've seen people kind of, bashing the Cowboys for not signing him. But I mean, you're not going to sign him for $10 million a year when you don't need him. Now you need him, but I mean,
yeah,
I don't know, and we'll see how he. I mean, he was good last year. There's no doubt about it. He was good, and I think he'll be fine again this year when he comes back from injury.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. The column is these 5 players made the team on Saturday. Let's run through them, starting off with Trey Lance.
Yeah. I mean, he's on the team. Okay, he was already on the team. He was. He does enough of the good things that they like. When I was writing it, I think I had 4 interceptions, and I was like, please, I really hope I don't have to change this to 5. And he did. He did. And 3 of the 5 were either in the end zone or resulted in the end zone. So, that part wasn't good, but, it's kind of weird. Like, the touchdown run that he had, and I'm sure this is, you guys have seen this or by now, but like the fact that if that was a real game, that's the longest run in the history of the franchise by a quarterback ever. And it seemed kind of effortless for him, and something that you would expect a lot out of. He just got the corner and nobody could get him, and it was a 46-yard touchdown. And like I was starting to look that up, and I was like, oh, Dak had a 42 one time. It looked like it took a couple days to get there, but he got 42 yards against Washington, and that was the longest in the history of the Cowboys. So again, preseason, that's 2 weeks in a row that if this wasn't preseason, we'd have some kind of record because obviously with Aubrey, but that just goes to show that like he can do some good things, but man, the decision making is still not there.
I think that's a technicality because that snap that went over Romo's head, I think in the Rams game, I think he ran at least 50 yards in total. But all right, if San Fran had cut him a year ago and the Cowboys signed him, would it be the same? Would he be on the roster almost assuredly, or how much of this is because they traded for him and they want to protect the pick?
Yeah, that's probably a lot of it, and you're going to see that tomorrow in some of the cuts. Like, he's only here because he's a pick. I still think that that's going to happen a little bit, and especially a 4th-round pick. But I also at quarterback, yeah, it's the investment that they threw out there to say, all right, and maybe they evaluated him high. I think they did. I think they said that they had him, pretty high coming out as well. But it is the trade. I mean, that's part of it. But I still think as a 3rd quarterback, I don't think he hurts you that much to have on the roster. I think that because of some of those traits, it wouldn't surprise me at some point this year he's active to play as a backup, or maybe he's the number 2, or maybe all 3 of them are active. I mean, I think there is enough of that kind of ability that could help you, but yeah, there was some good and then there was some bad as well.
Is Deuce Vaughn on the team?
Yes, I think so. I mean, 100%. Well, I don't know about 100. How about 98? But I think he's on the team. I mean, I just think he does a little bit for you that you can't find in other players. And the way the kickoff rule is, I'm putting both those guys back there. Make them kick to one of those 2 guys, and then find them. When they have the ball, locate them because they're not easy to find. And the next thing if there's a seam, it could be a big play. So I'm not worried about the other one back there blocking because I don't think that you're going to have enough time to do all that. So I would kick to both of them, Turpin and Deuce. I think that could be a weapon. And I think there's some offensive plays that you could put them in as well.
Did a rookie receiver make it based upon this game?
I think so. I mean, he's Chris Carter. He's just catching touchdowns here. I think he was right there on the edge. He did a nice little move in the open field. He's another draft pick guy that I think, he's a project player. He's a younger. guy from a smaller school. They liked the traits they saw in him. He hasn't really done anything to show you otherwise. So I think that would be a mistake to cut him. I think they would really hate that one, cutting him, letting him get picked up by another team, knowing that that he still needs some development, and he could be a good player.
And of course, we're talking about Ryan Flournoy, swing tackle found for the Browns right now.
Yeah, he's Austin Richards is better than Willetsko to me. I mean, Willetsko, I disappointed a little bit. I thought he would be, healthy. I thought he would be better, and he just don't see it as much from him. Austin Richards, I think, just gives you a little bit more depth and flexibility on game day. I think I've seen him at left, I've seen him at right, I've seen him at both guard spots. So great backup for game day. But I think, unless this is another position that gets added on cut down day, like claiming someone, but I could see Austin Richards being your swing tackle.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. And how close do you think it will be for Buddy Johnson?
That one is right there on the edge too. I think there's about 3 linebackers that they like. Vigils is one of them. The other name's escaping. Willie Harvey. But I think he's done enough. He's a really good tackler on special teams. I think you could play him on defense if you needed him to. There's like 6 Johnsons on the roster right now, and I don't know if any of them were going to make it. So one of them's got to make it. And I'm not sure if there's going to be any on the roster by Wednesday, but if so, I think it'll be Buddy.
Nick, who is we talk about guy number 53 a lot. Who's guy number 53? And then more importantly, I guess, who's guy number 54? Who's the guy who just misses the cut?
Oh man. Well, I mean, I think Buddy Johnson could be my 53. We just talked about him. I think he would be the last guy there. Willie Harvey there. But how about Wood?
Julius Wood.
Yeah, I could see that one being where it just doesn't make it. Love to get him on practice squad. I'm sure that they'll love that. And then, those running backs, I mean, Malik Davis, I'll say, is 54. I just don't see why you would keep him. I don't get that one. He's not your biggest, he's not your strongest, he's not your fastest, he's not your quickest, he doesn't have the best hand. I don't know what he does that the other guys don't do. And so Malik Davis would be the one that I would just think would be a great practice squad guy.
Thank you, Nick. Great stuff. We appreciate it.
All right, see you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. How you can party with RJ Choppy tonight while we crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan after we tell you how you can hang out with RJ Choppy tonight.
4 o'clock tonight at the Fitzgerald in Fort Worth. Martini and fries, boys and girls. My filthy fancy hour. 4 o'clock, Fitzgerald in Fort Worth.
Pants required?
Pants are required. I might dress up a little bit tonight.
It looks like a dress-up place.
It's filthy fancy. So dirty martinis today, baby.
That event sounds amazing. My concern is, why are you saying 4 p.m. tonight? That's not a thing.
That's exactly what I wanted to hone in
Does
on.
tonight have to start at 6?
Tonight starts at...
Or later.
Y'all's nighttime starts earlier.
Yeah. No, but the earliest you can technically say
The earliest
tonight.
I think you can say is 5.
Can you say it at 5?
I think 5 is the very earliest you could get away with it.
Or is that late afternoon?
I agree.
I think it's late afternoon, but I think that's the earliest you can get away with it.
How about this? We got a matinee at 4 o'clock today.
Oh, I love it. Tell me about
martini.
it.
Martinis and matinees at 4 o'clock today.
Just for the record, I love the idea and the event.
Yeah.
Just I did not like your time descriptor.
Fitzgerald's in Fort Worth off Camp Bowie.
Bassick out today?
Yes, he's taking a comp day.
He saw how the Rangers played over the weekend, knew that I would be busting him.
I don't think that's the case, but I have seen that a couple of times. But
yeah, we knew he was going to be out last week, so I don't think it was just this weekend.
Yeah, but he probably knew.
Well, they were facing a team over 500.
That's
so
a good point. That is a very
We
good
can't just
point.
get the White Sox every series like today.
My favorite note, I was telling Sean and RJ earlier, my favorite Ranger stat that I was ready to throw at Mike today was that we are now more than a week since a Rangers player not named Corey Seager has hit a home run.
Ugh.
You guys did a nice job of questioning Bochy. I was listening to that the other day, and you have to come up with these general baseball questions, and that's a lot to come up with during a 162-game season that is not going well in the second half.
Yeah. I appreciate that he's usually pretty upfront about it. He's like,
oh, yeah.
Hey, look, that's a fair question.
When you drop the word embarrassed, and then, are you embarrassed?
Are you embarrassed?
And then you had to repeat it. I was like cringing in my car, but he used it himself. He's like, yeah, we're embarrassed. What's
did
coming
that
up?
in honor of Corey.
Was it really? I thought it was in honor of Chris Young because Chris Young said it.
No, it was inspired
Okay.
by Chris Young. It was in honor of you.
All right,
What's
appreciate
coming up,
that.
Corey?
Whose stock went up, and why did Trey Lance's stock go down right out of the gate? And then during baseball nut buckets today, it's going to be what's the way you get out of a rut? How do you get out of a rut when things aren't going good?
In life, like a slump buster.
Yeah. What's your slump
You're
buster?
not allowed to do that anymore, I don't think.
You can't say it?
Wow.
No, I said you're not allowed to do that anymore.
do it.
Maybe you are. I don't know.
You just shake it. How do you shake it up whenever you're like, you know what, man, I got to do something different?
Get drunk.
And then recover the next morning and
just
get
drunk again.
Spontaneously drive somewhere.
Just
like
just
honestly,
get in the
just
car.
Go, no, like just like go like I need to go do something. I just go. All right, we're going to Dave and Buster's. Like get in the car. We're going to Dave and Buster's. Like just something that was not planned.
That's where one of Steve McNair's girlfriends worked.
I watched that.
I did too.
I watched it
Was
yesterday.
it good or did
Big
he?
bag of mediocrity.
There's more to it. And that's what I want, the more to it.
They
part.
did a really bad job with the ending. It should have gone on for probably 15 or 20 more minutes. So,
or it could be this other thing. Well, we got to go.
Yeah.
Is Jeff Fisher trying out for auditioning for movies? Because that dude, I know he's sad, I guess. But him sitting in that chair and lounging and being like, it's just... staring out the window longingly. I was like, oh my God.
I was just looking at his chest hair the whole time. He's got that gray chest hair. I couldn't.
Man.
It's like that nose hair, eyebrow hair that pops
I got a
out.
couple of those now, the gray chest hairs. There is nothing more defeating than seeing gray chest hair.
I'm surprised you're not shaving
It's
it.
tough, man.
I normally I do. I trim it down, but I haven't. And the gray ones, I don't know. They're longer. They're like it's like a 4-inch chest hair. I'm really the gray
4 inches
beard.
long?
I'm cool with. The gray chest hair. And it's always in the middle.
So the girlfriend who they thought.
This girlfriend.
Oh, yeah. There were multiple
Yes.
girlfriends. Good job. The girlfriend that they thought killed McNair was also talking to another felon who said he sold the gun to her. But
claimed he didn't know her or anything like that.
There was like 200 interactions between the felon and her. Last person she spoke with, again, it was his gun. He lied about where he was. And then when you're waiting for them to explain, and then one police department is accusing the other police department of not doing their job properly.
Oh, man.
And then when you're sitting there waiting to hear how maybe the guy is the one who killed Steve, they end it.
So,
and not like a dramatic ending like coming soon part 2. No, that's the end of the whole thing.
A couple of people said when we talked about this last week that there was another part coming out this week. But I think there's other untolds that are not about Steve McNair that are coming out this week.
Oh yeah, it's a series.
Yeah, but the most captivating exchange in the whole thing was like, that's just common sense. And he's running down all the police things and they cut to the other one and he goes, how many murder cases has that guy investigated? Oh, what's that? None?
Yeah.
Until this, and he wrote a book about it, and
He's on CNN.
I
He's
loved
everywhere.
that exchange. I wanted to know more. I felt like they cut it off at the most interesting part.
And they made it seem like the DUI that she got pushed her over the edge to kill Steve McNair. 2 days before 2 days before the murders. So another question I have. With the police cam footage, McNair was in the passenger seat, she was driving. So they get pulled over. Steve gets out of the car like Rashee Rice and just walks away, and they let him just walk away. Then he calls her later while she's getting ready to be taken to jail, abandons her, and we're supposed to believe that that is what pushed her over at the edge, the DUI, in order to kill herself and him. And they just are you allowed, if you're the passenger, to just get out of the vehicle?
I'm not sure of the rule, but that feels like you shouldn't be able to do that.
It really is a good question. Why not? You weren't driving
because you're leaving the scene of a potential crime. Even if you're
a witness, right?
Yeah, even if you're not the one who's committing
like Kelvin
the crime.
Joseph could have just gotten out of the car and walked away when they get pulled over. That SUV. That's it.
Yeah, I think that should be okay.
So I had questions over that as well. Like Steve's on the phone with her, but I thought Steve was just in the vehicle.
Dude, that lady was saying way too much too, and he goes, "You didn't say nothing about me, did you?" And she goes, "Don't worry, Steve. I didn't say anything." And I'm like, hold on.
She goes, "I got you on speaker, baby."
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Steve doesn't call her back for a few days, and that apparently is what pushes her over the edge.
Yeah,
right.
Look, and I know we're joking about just that specific aspect of that part was ridiculous, but it is a really sad story. I just wanted more closure to it. Felt like they dug up this really intriguing part of the tragedy.
Well, yeah,
they were like,
his best friend could have done it too.
Yeah,
dude. And I did not see that coming because that guy seemed like he loved Steve McNair more than anything that had ever been. And then somebody's like, or maybe that dude killed him. And I was like, what?
Yeah, over $13,000.
A lot of money.
All right, so you guys want to talk about the Babe Ruth memorabilia or Bally being done? Or
I got another question for you.
I hope you're going to ask what I want you to ask.
If and when you eventually die,
what?
Huh? Would you want yourself to get cremated and those ashes turned into part of jewelry that your kids can wear?
That is what you wanted him to ask, right?
Do I want that to happen?
Yeah, because you're eventually going to die. Look, we're all going to die.
Yeah.
Okay, except for RJ, who's going to be in some weird Vanilla Sky simulation or something like that.
No, I'm going to die. I have no doubt about that, but I don't want to get cremated. I want the biggest, gaudiest, tackiest headstone. I want people to see that headstone from across the cemetery and say, I've got to check this thing out.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to...
They don't even know who you are. They're
Why
a
aren't
statue.
Why aren't there tacky headstones? There should be.
There used to be. People have stopped doing that. They're doing the little flat headstone now.
Yeah.
It's a cost, right? It's expensive, right?
But still, when's the last time you've been to a grave site and there was a gold or tacky? They should stand out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have a whiskey tap.
Is there
right there?
Yes.
I would go look at it. I would go look at it.
Is there an HOA of graveyards? Can I do what I want, or is it uniform?
Well, who do you address those complaints to? That person's dead.
Is there an HOA? Is there an HOA for graveyards?
That feels harsh to be like, hey, I know your husband just died last year, but can you come fix up his gravestone? It's too gaudy for the rest of the
that's what I'm saying. You got to just go gray.
Fine, $50.
Only gray. You can't have gold. I can't have sirens.
I want a mural.
I don't know about I'm intrigued.
I want to bankrupt
flashing
my family.
lights.
Yeah, I want to bankrupt my family just putting together my headstone.
That is the most RJ sentence I've ever heard in
I
my
like the
life.
idea that it's a hockey net and somebody scores a goal and sirens go.
Player intros, the smoke goes up when someone comes to visit.
Yeah, a little putting green right there.
Yeah. I'm dead serious, though, no pun intended, about gaudy headstones.
Yeah,
you should.
You should have a gaudy headstone.
And there should be a gaudy head. This could be a business.
Oh,
we should buy some land. We should buy some land and only for gaudy headstones.
Yeah.
If you love, we guilt people when their relative dies.
Yes.
And we say, if you really love them, this thing should be a shrine.
Yeah.
Look, this thing should be, and these are gaudy headstones. That's all it is.
You're gonna have to
and then we
change-
charge people to come and get ideas to come walk
like
through.
a Christmas light pole?
Yes. Tell me you wouldn't go and be like, whoa, what is the coolest grave site?
We have lights everywhere.
Yeah.
Strobes. All that stuff.
Look, I'll probably be there. I don't know how many other people are going to visit. I would probably go.
And do we charge by the car or the amount of people in the car?
Amount.
Very good.
Yeah, you don't get two-eye price.
No.
It's four people in there.
I
It's
want
$8.
Peyton, if nothing else, I want that as a drop. Sean defiantly saying, you don't get a two-eyed price.
Yeah, two-eye discount, 4 for 1.
We charge by the eye. You got to prove that you have a missing eye or a non-working eye to get a discount.
Yeah.
How long is this line that you're inspecting all these people and be like, I know you have an eye patch, but
it's going to be long.
So supposedly O.J.
Simpson's
Simpson's
for
kids
a $5 ride instead of a $10
are getting jewelry and stuff. that has his ashes in it or some such. And so I was just curious.
Yeah.
Okay, you just said you didn't want that, and now
No, RJ said he didn't want it.
Okay,
I haven't thought about my demise that much and what I want to happen.
Look, as somebody who's been involved in the decision of selecting a headstone for someone, several someones actually. Look, I think in the fog of they catch you like making this decision in the first couple days. At like when you're making these plans, a lot of times people are making them right then, and they're not going to be in a like, let's pay. They're like 2 days out, and they're like, oh my gosh, my relative just died or whatever.
Yeah, but if you're like me and RJ's dad, we know like the end is pretty near.
It is.
So it's planned out.
I think the biggest concern here is honestly like grave robbing. Like people going like, I'm stealing that headstone. Like kids pranking it like it looks different from everybody else's.
Security can
That's
sponsor
why,
it.
Yeah. With Sean and I's plan, the bigger and gaudier and tackier, you can't get that out. You can't carry
We'll build
that
a
thing
wall.
out. Build a wall.
You can't get over the wall.
Build a wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's going to
pay for it? Yeah.
The alive people are going to pay for it. Okay.
All the people whose the families of the deceased have to pay for it.
Yes.
If you want this gaudy
That's right.
area secure and no one to mess with the money you pay for, you have to pay for the wall.
We're going to have a big, beautiful door in front of this wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
If they bury OJ in gold and everything else like they're talking about, how soon before that's stolen?
So soon.
Like that.
Yeah.
Especially if everybody knows it. So
would you say then
then it's not a big enough headstone.
loose once that happened?
What?
Would you say the juice is loose once that happens?
Yeah, I think that's what I would say.
All right, with that, probably our darkest idea we've ever come up with.
Yeah, probably is.
You invited them into a KNC bit, and they ran with it. I'm proud
But you
of
liked it,
fellas.
right?
I'm
We
proud
made
of
it
you
better.
guys.
Yeah, we liked our topic better.
Oh my god.
The KMC masterpiece is next on The Fan.
We chapter your favorite. O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors. The famous Mike Bassick is out for the day. He will be back tomorrow.
What's he doing?
He's celebrating with his family.
What are they celebrating?
I'd rather not say. Now, and also, we've got Alec Medford with us. Yes.
Should we make an announcement?
Sure.
All right.
You don't want to hype it up.
Over the
for
weekend,
4
I played
weeks?
darts, and my bicep is hurting now.
Oh, that is not the announcement I thought you were going to make.
Oh, when do you want to do this announcement? Do you want to do it in the rush hour?
I mean,
the expressway.
I feel like Alec could make that announcement if he wanted.
Alec, when do you want to make this announcement?
We got AM on the FM during the expressway.
All right, sounds good.
12:40-ish.
Sounds good to me.
Gotcha.
All right.
So that's when we'll make the Alec-based announcement?
Yes, it's about
All right.
Alec, too,
Okay.
by the way.
Man. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to figure out that code.
How's Reggie doing?
He's good. I actually talked with him quite a bit yesterday. He's good. He's good.
Good for him.
You know what? Actually, I do want to say something real quick, and then we're going to dive into Cowboys. Reggie did say how much he appreciated a whole bunch of listeners, the Tolos, the Twolos, like dropped in on him at 610 virtually.
They left our show and went to him for a few minutes?
Yes.
The hell are y'all doing?
Oh, my gosh.
What is going on here, Twolos and YouTubes?
I just wanted...
And Tolos? I'm sorry, I was trying to figure out what the fan text was. What's going on with y'all? Why are y'all leaving us for a minute? Don't even do that. Never leave.
This is going to be a tough day.
Oh.
So he really appreciated that. So unfortunately, Corey did not appreciate it, but Reggie appreciated that very, very much.
I'm going to find each and every one.
Oh,
y'all better be
my
listening to us or else.
gosh. All right, let's go to cut number 4, I guess, and talk some Cowboys.
13th play, Lance fade, left side of the end zone for Flournoy. Did he get it? He got it. Seen that play in practice about a half a dozen times in Oxnard, California. Miller Lite first touchdown of the game, 11 yards from Lance to Flournoy.
Now, I certainly understand why you thought I might play one of the 5 interceptions, one of the 2 fumbles. There's time for that. Don't worry. But what I wanted to ask you guys right here and right now, we'll get more into depth on Trey Lance later.
All right.
Who were you watching in the Cowboys preseason finale or listening to? And who do you think is up their stock most during training camp? You can also give us the other side of it because clearly there's some people who faltered over the weekend as well.
I guess 2 people that made my team, and I wasn't quite. I mean, I felt like he was going to make it, but I wasn't quite sure. Flournoy is a legit NFL receiver. Like this, he's going to be a receiver that next year you're going to go, can he be the 3rd receiver on this team? Maybe even the 2nd. Can he fight for the 2nd spot if Brandon Cooks isn't around? So seeing him continue to progress healthy, Micah being part of it as well, and then knowing what you have in Clark and Leofau, and that's, I think the group right there is a lot of fun. But Buddy Johnson popped off the film for me, man. I liked what I was seeing from him.
Is he on the roster then?
I think so. Okay. I'm going to give him a roster spot now.
Okay, good.
And it's kind of, I got to look at the run sheet real quick. It's kind of interesting, too, because I'm not quite certain how Deron Bland's injury affects everything. Yeah. What if they were like, okay, we're ready to move on from this guy, and then that injury changed everything for them, and they were like, okay, we really have to watch these cornerbacks this week. And quite honestly, I'm just looking at Andrew Booth on the touchdown run. We also saw Fehoko get lost, right?
Yeah.
But Andrew Booth was downfield 40 yards, pushed out of bounds. And I'm trying to figure out exactly how that's supposed to line up for us. So
I wonder if they would go ahead and carry both Booth and Scott.
Yeah.
As that, I guess, de facto replacement. Like I know Carson will get plenty of the time straight away, but I wonder if that's the way they would look at it. And they're like, hey, let's just go a little one more deep on this position as opposed since we lost a key player.
Yeah, and you know, I was asking, at least, and we were having a conversation with Kyle about it last week before you created the amazing book, The Triplets, about his triplets and the Cowboys triplets. about Mukwamu and where he stands on all of this. So
Yes.
the whole Deron Bland injury changed a lot, and they were relatively healthy. Aside from Sam Williams, you were feeling pretty good about the health of the team. But when that happens, that shifts all these little pieces around. So can you keep a Buddy Johnson? Can you keep the amount of defensive linemen that you want and also keep this whole thing together? So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they do this week, because knowing what this team is and knowing what can be on the practice squad awaiting you as you go along is really going to be nice.
I'm really glad that you brought up Mukwamu, because he is very intriguing to me. So I want to ask a question about two other players, and then we'll circle back to Mukwamu. Do you think that Deuce Vaughn and Ryan Flournoy are good to go? Like, maybe you already thought they were good to go, but did this hammer home? They're good to go. They're on the roster.
Oh, I think, Flournoy's made it. He's on my roster.
Okay.
He's a legitimate wide receiver who, again, I think is going to be with you next year. He's going to be, I think he's your fourth receiver.
Okay.
I don't really know what Turpin is. I'm sorry. I don't know if he's if I'm using him as anything other than a return specialist.
Okay.
I just don't know if I can trust him as a receiver. For me, he's not a burner downfield. A lot of stuff underneath that he can turn into big plays. So I don't know exactly where that lands. But Flournoy's on. Deuce Vaughn, it's always been this for me. I can't have three of the exact same running back.
Yeah.
I can have two, and maybe even the second one that's kind of the same as the first one becomes my third running back, and my other guy's a switch up. But yeah, Deuce Vaughn, they've been looking for a way to keep him on the team. I mean, even last week, Kyle was telling us they had him in punt return and stuff, and it wasn't quite working, but they want him to be on this team just as much as anybody else. And he's got the shiftiness and the power to do it. It's more about that Trey Lance pass that went over his arms.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh man, that is Trey Lance typically throwing to most guys about that size over there, and it working out. It was a bad pass. But if Deuce Vaughn was a little bit longer, then maybe he would have had that.
This is a fair question from the 940. Hey, Corey, can you give me a roster spot? I don't turn 72 for 3 more months. That's
Hell
from
yeah,
Ed.
Ed.
Denton.
Thanks, Ed. Yeah. Get on this roster. Let's go, man.
All right, who are you getting rid of? Lipke?
See, 72? You know what? We could just go ahead and run with 2 quarterbacks, and we'll go with Cooper Rush and Dak, and we're good to go.
Okay. I understand.
If we're getting Ed on this roster.
I understand that's what logic would dictate, but Jerry Jones has made it a point. If you know no other person that will be on this roster, you know that Trey Lance is on this roster.
I want somebody Kill Switch asked on the Twitch. He said, "How Deuce Vaughn's a speedster? How's he the same as the other?" I was saying Royce Freeman is kind of the same as Dowdle and Zeke.
Yeah,
they're big bully type running backs. Deuce Vaughn is the one guy that can really blow you out of the water.
So if Flournoy and Vaughn we think are going to be on the roster, does that naturally bump Cropper and Freeman off the roster? Are those like the spots they're essentially taking?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
And somebody said, are we sure that Jalen Brooks is better than Flournoy? Not right now. As a matter of fact, I feel like I have Flournoy higher up on this thing right now.
But you think both? I think both will make the initial 53.
Yeah.
I mean, and as Broadus has told us many, many times, as we've talked about throughout last week, this is the start, right? Like, what you said is the 53 will not necessarily, or maybe even be several players close to being what your actual roster looks like going forward.
Yeah.
All right.
Trey Lance could be the starter by the end of the season.
I am not saying that. But
I'm not saying it is going to happen. I'm saying it could happen.
Okay.
So that's a possibility. We never know.
I guess in the land of anything is possible.
Dak just gets upset and he's like, you know what, Jerry? I'm not playing for the rest of the year.
Then wouldn't Cooper Rush be your quarterback?
Well, I'm not trying to wish injury. I'm just saying there's lots of scenarios that could play out, Kevin.
All right.
You know all the scenarios. You're just not admitting them right now. Somebody said from the 972, that's dumb. Lance didn't show me anything that justifies that.
I hear you. I promise that is the genesis of our segment later in the program. I'm not arguing against that whatsoever. I'm just telling you, Jerry has said numerous times that he'll be on the roster. I would be stunned if he wasn't. He'll be on the roster. Your guy Hall, he's off then too, right?
Come on, Hall.
He's not going to make it now, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I just think that, there is a log jam there of backup cornerbacks. And as well as he played, I think the Swiss Army knife of Mukwamu is the better option because you can play him in different areas. But I do wonder, when does he start focusing on one so that it benefits him in his career a little more? It's great because he can play other places. It keeps you around. It gives you more options, more opportunities. But I want to be good at it too. Like Ben Stein. Win Ben Stein's money.
Yes.
I don't know if he's super smart at any one thing, but he knows so much. And that's what I look at with Mukwamu. Is he good at this position or is he just good at being around with those things? So, yeah, I think Hall's gone.
Do you get the sense as well then that they're only going to go 3 tight ends with the most likely configuration being Ferguson, Schoonmaker, and now John Stevens? Look,
You mean the fumble machine?
Whoa.
Look, man, all these bad things, these bad interceptions Trey Lance threw, that fumble really could come. But yes.
No, would you put Span Ford in there?
No, I think Stevens.
Okay.
I've heard this continually said. The only way that Span Ford, the reason being, is because of the amount of money they signed him for. Other than that, he didn't show enough to say that he belongs on the team.
Okay.
And hold on, you said Ferguson, Schoonmaker,
and Stevens.
Hendershot's gone.
I think
we were
more likely that Brevin Spann-Ford makes the team than Hendershot.
And see, that's the thing too. Is Mickey last week was like, "Hey, he's coming on strong late here in camp," and I wonder if that's something that he was finally getting healthy and could do it, and they were kind of holding away from him, or even if there's something else going on there.
It's tough. I mean, look, if you're using these preseason games as a gauge, they targeted him one time.
Yeah.
And he caught the ball for 10 yards. And
Dak didn't play any games. So what's that tell you?
Okay. Well, I'm assuming you're not comparing the
Zeke didn't play any games.
Roster stability of Zeke and Dak to Peyton Hendershot.
Hendershot's, one of those guys.
Okay.
Probably not, though.
Yeah,
that's most likely that's not the situation.
Probably not. No, from the 817, Adam in Arlington, you have heard that incorrectly. So what I'm hearing is you're guaranteeing Lance will be our starter this year. No, you have heard that
wasn't from me.
incorrectly.
It might have been from Kevin that said that.
No, it's not from Kevin. And for the 972, Lance should make the roster. He's the best running back on the team.
That's a fact.
I would love to see this.
Him be Taysom Hill?
I would love to see him be your tailback. And then you just pitch the ball back to Trey Lance, and you're like, I'm pretty sure he's going to run. But I guess he could throw. But then again, you might think Trey Lance throwing the football is no different than if Deuce Vaughn threw the football at this point based on some of these percentages.
Yeah. And yeah, we did know that Hall got hurt pregame, but I think even that was not enough. There wasn't enough that was going to keep him around.
I mean, look, that might be where you can use some injury designations. And like I said, there's a lot of fancy stuff.
The 817, Kevin said Trey Lance is going to be the starter?
No.
Alec, what did you hear?
Kevin.
You did not hear that.
Kevin. I heard it.
Oh, wow. This is amazing.
What? We still got time to cancel that announcement.
What? No, we don't.
I don't care if we did say it over the weekend.
Everything's fine, Alec. Your announcement will be made.
Let's go.
Whether or not it has any legitimacy behind it, though, who knows?
You picked the correct side.
Who knows?
The ink is dry.
We'll have to pick this up another time. But the other thing I really wanted to dive into, because you were talking about Flournoy, I wanted to talk about which players have upped their stock most throughout training camp. So we will pick up that conversation at another point. And no, I'm not saying that Trey Lance is going to be the starter.
214, why does Kevin want Lance to be our starter over Dak?
Who would want that? Well, maybe the Jones family, because they're like, he's super cheap.
So that's improvement.
Who, based on football reasons, would want that to be the case? Shout out to Michael Long, Tejano Boy, Bubba, some of the folks in the YouTube chat right now. And I'm not going to read this text for about 30 seconds.
817, why does Kevin think that Trey Lance is going to be the starter? Are they trading Dak right now?
No, I am reporting nothing of the sort.
817, so Lance is the Pro Bowl starter this year is what Kevin's saying.
You know what?
We better get out of this segment now.
We should. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, I guess. You know what? Seriously, though, thank you to all of y'all for listening and engaging. Even if I feverishly disagree with what you're saying. Coming up next, ESPN has ranked their own top 100 players. How many Cowboys are on the list? And do you respect this list more than the NFL players list? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
You've made...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Kids, donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From the 25, play action. Young throws the ball, intercepted at the 30-yard line. Coming down the left side is Bland. Catch at the 5. He did it again. He did it again.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Shouting out some of those folks in the YouTube. Gates of War 30, DM Mavs 4131. Thank you guys very much for rocking with us today.
We got a Cheney in our YouTube. Is that Dick Cheney's
politics? All right. So ESPN today put out their own top 100.
And if Kevin had his way, Lance would be right there at the top of it, based on what the fan text says.
So I wanted to see if you guys think this is a better representation than what the players had. All right? So just right off the top, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you the very top of the list. Patrick Mahomes is number 1, followed by Lamar Jackson, Justin Jefferson, Myles Garrett, and Josh Allen. So right off the jump, Tyreek Hill, who is number 1 in the players poll, is not even in the top 5 here. And then Patrick Mahomes is number 1. Do you think that gives advantage to ESPN or the players?
I think ESPN for this simple reason. Sometimes, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen with ESPN, but sometimes players hold grudges. And Jamar Chase, there's video of him going, I'm not going to say it. Joe Burrow's the best quarterback. So I think sometimes players hold grudges, and that could be the case. So I do think this is a little bit more of an accurate placement.
Now, we did play the highlight of Deron Bland coming back. He is not in the top 100. In fact, there's only 4 Cowboys players in the top 100, just like there were in the NFL players top 100. But Deron Bland, in case you missed the news, I'm guessing you haven't, but in case you missed the news, stress fracture in his foot. He's out 6 to 8 weeks. Now, that comes from a time that the regular season is 2 weeks away. So you can think in your head, does that mean he will miss 4 to perhaps 6 games?
I didn't even think about that. Was it 6 to 8 game weeks?
No, it's 6 to 8 weeks. And so you still have 2 weeks. Not game weeks until.
Are we going back to Wednesday when he heard it?
Yeah, I was going from when they made the announcement. It still fits.
Hopefully, it's not as long as Josh Young's recovery was.
True.
That was one of those where we were like, "What? And when is it going to happen?"
But when you think about him being out 4 to 6 weeks, that's what we were touching on in the opening segment about why maybe they'll go one more heavy at cornerback. All right. Who are the 4 Cowboys, if there's only 4, that should be in the top 100?
CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
Micah.
Yep.
Dak.
Yep.
Trayvon Diggs.
Nope.
Zach Martin.
Yep. Why did you say it like that?
I guess Trayvon missing last year is a big factor here, but he's one of the best corners in the league.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I feel like I would put him above Zach Martin on the list of top Cowboys right now. It's nothing against Zach Martin. Zach Martin's still great. He's a little bit different than younger Zach Martin, but he's still fantastic right guard for you. So,
okay.
But that's what I have. I would have those 5 because I have to.
Okay.
I would add Zach Martin to this list too.
Sure.
I just think Trayvon should be on it as well.
Do you think Tyler Smith should be on
it? I think he will be on it.
Okay.
He needs to add a couple more all pros to his resume, some more Pro Bowls, and then people start looking at it.
I have to admit, I definitely understand what you're saying. I'm surprised that Tyler Smith didn't crack either one of these lists because he was second team All Pro. So I'm a little surprised by that. All right, top 4 Cowboys. Once again, it goes very heavy, top heavy for the Cowboys. We talked about it. I think Zach Martin was 51, give or take, on the NFL players list. He is 34 on this list, and that's the lowest ranked Cowboy.
Wow.
So
it's the Cowboys are top heavy.
Yes.
Though. That's what it is.
So the bad news is if you're not going to put Diggs or Bland or Ferguson or Smith in there, it makes the Cowboys look like they don't have the most depth in the world. I realize averaged out it would be like 3 per team, but there are plenty of other teams that have more than 4 on this list.
You think Tyler Guyton's going to get on this list at some point?
Man, if Tyler Guyton gets on this list in the next 2 years, then we did it again.
We did it again.
Do nothing but take offensive linemen in the first round because you can't freaking miss on that.
Good at it.
Dak Prescott, number 27 on the list.
How many quarterbacks are in front of him?
There are 5 quarterbacks in front of him, and this is what I want to see if you guys think this is fair. Because ESPN clearly have a grouping of quarterbacks,
okay.
right? So here's the first grouping. Patrick Mahomes is number 1. Lamar Jackson this is the overall rating.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson's 2. Josh Allen is 5. Joe Burrow is 13. CJ Stroud is 15. There's no quarterback between Stroud at 15 and Dak Prescott at 27. So that feels like ESPN is saying, this is our top group of 5.
All right, do me another favor now.
Okay.
Are there any other quarterbacks close right behind him?
I am prepared for that question. Tell me if you think this is the group he fits in. Dak Prescott is 27. Justin Herbert is 28. Brock Purdy is 30. Jalen Hurts is 32. So what I'm saying is,
so that's where he is.
There's nobody between 15 and 27, and then 27 to 32 has 4 quarterbacks. And the group that Dak would be in is Herbert, Purdy, and Jalen Hurts. So I wanted to ask y'all, do you think that's a fair grouping to have him in? I still remain adamant that Justin Herbert is ranked too high, but that seems to be the way that these go.
Justin Herbert almost didn't go in my fantasy draft this weekend. And I was shocked by that. Yeah, I was shocked that he was still available. I think this is pretty accurate, and it's one thing that really is the reason that Dak's as high as he is, but also as low as he is. And it's the one thing. He's really good in the regular season. There's no doubt about it. There are things that you're just like, all of the things that you ask of him, he does very well in the regular season. It's the postseason that is holding this back. That's why he's that low. That's why he's right where he is because the postseason success doesn't exist. And it's also why CJ Stroud is as high as he is right now. The regular season was good, and he had postseason success with lots of future and promise ahead of him. So that's where I think this is pretty accurate.
Okay. All right. Now,
and I'm also pretty happy because where did you say CeeDee Lamb was?
Oh, yeah. So I guess I just told you those. Would you put Micah or CeeDee Lamb higher?
I think CeeDee.
Okay. Alec?
I'd go CD as well.
Okay. CeeDee Lamb, number 11 on the list.
Okay, so I think Mike is then higher.
Top 10 go like this. Interesting. Chris Jones is 12. So I just wanted to give you some context for that. Yeah.
Super Bowl champion.
Chris Jones 12, CeeDee Lamb 11. I told you the top 5. Here's the rest of the top 10. TJ Watt is 10. Christian McCaffrey is 9. That feels low. Tyreek Hill is 8. That also kind of feels low. Micah is 7, and Jamar Chase is 6. What do you think about Jamar Chase being ahead of Micah, but probably more importantly, being ahead of CeeDee Lamb? So they have ESPN has CeeDee Lamb as the 4th best wide receiver because it goes Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Tyreek Hill, and then CeeDee Lamb.
Which I think you can pick any of those 4, and you're going to be very happy. And Jamar Chase, his rookie season was more explosive. Like he was fantastic.
Sure.
Injuries have kind of limited him just a little bit, and Joe Burrow injuries have limited him a little bit too. So I don't disagree with it. I think that CeeDee Lamb has progressed every season that he's been in the league, and that's been the big factor for CD is he keeps getting better. What is the ceiling for the guy as you continue to try and make a ceiling for him?
Will he progress again this season? I guess is my next question, because the projected stat line for CeeDee Lamb, and I want to make sure people are on board with this, I think would be maybe viewed as disappointing, even though it would still be a huge year. 113 catches for 1,408 yards and 9 touchdowns. So that would be down 22 receptions from last year, more than 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. So it feels like that would be viewed as a disappointment, even though that is still a monster season. But assuming he plays because he's going to get paid, I know he's still under contract, I think people would be disappointed in that.
Yeah, that 92-yard reception is a huge chunk. Like, he needs a couple more of those. He needs a couple more of those 92-yard receptions.
That
Kevin.
play was awesome.
135 catches last year.
Yep.
I think it's natural. Like, that's such a huge number. I can't expect it every year.
Sure.
But he's your offense.
He is.
If I'm calling a play, I'm going to my best offensive player first. I'm going to CeeDee Lamb, and I'm even looking at the run game too. I need to make him part of my run game somehow.
Yeah.
Not just saying I have to hand the ball off to him, but how do I get short passes involved to create bigger plays like I would the run game? So I'm looking at CeeDee Lamb and saying, I got to figure all these different ways to get him the ball. But 135 catches is a lot. I think it would be a little bit of a dip and definitely down, especially the TD numbers. But if Zeke's going to get those short yardage touchdowns for you, Kevin, like Mickey's been predicting for all this time, like, we can't hate on that.
Okay. All right.
So that's what you're saying, is that Zeke's gonna scavenge some stuff from him.
Hey, if that's because he's scoring all the touchdowns, fine, I accept. For Dak Prescott, their stat projection, 4,078 yards, which would be a dip about 450, 27 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. Last year, Dak had 36 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. Now, he also finished second for MVP, so clearly he had a fantastic season. Do you think we'll see a slight scaling back of the Dak numbers this year as well? Although that could depend on whether or not CeeDee Lamb's good to go.
I mean, it's
Browns game.
CeeDee's the most important factor first. I think it's his connection with Brandon Cooks next that I got to figure out. If that's there and he can go 2 reads rather than being just solely focused in on CeeDee Lamb the whole time, Jake Ferguson's going to be open. Dak's so comfortable throwing to his tight ends. He understands where they are. He has a great feel for down the seam. But it's Brandon Cooks. If he's a viable option, Kevin, I'd put him right back up where those numbers were last year.
And then if you're curious about Micah's projected stats, they've got him at ESPN, that is, at 15 sacks, 67 tackles, and 1 forced fumble, which would be pretty close in line to what he did last year. He had 64 tackles, 14 sacks, and 1 forced fumble, as well as a fumble recovery. By the way, as long as we're talking about players who will and will not be there, not a big surprise, but still a good thing for the Cowboys. Nick Chubb was officially placed on the PUP, which means he will miss the first 4 games of the season, which will obviously then mean that he will miss the game against the Cowboys. So not a shock, but still got finalized today, so the Cowboys will avoid Nick Chubb in the opening game of the season. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Major.
History from David Robertson. And were they sloppy? Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan. It's always nice to be announced by that great man right there. David Robertson. I think it was recently tied Trevor Hoffman for number 13 all time for Major League Baseball's relief strikeout leaderboard. And he was like, not a big deal. I'm chasing the next guy.
Oh,
you like that, do you? Hey, look, set a goal, the next goal's the one I want. Mariano Rivera is the next guy.
That's a good one.
He caught up to him. He got 2 strikeouts in a scoreless 8th inning. The Rangers won 5-3, Kevin. Pretty amazing.
That must have happened a couple days ago.
Yeah, it definitely did. Look, I'm not talking about the bad right now. I will in a minute. Not yet.
Okay.
Brought him to 1,135 strikeouts in relief in his 16 years. And then he talked about how he was the guy that set up Mariano Rivera in a lot of those strikeouts. He was like, for 6 years, I set him up for 500, 600 strikeouts. So he said, it was me throwing all those innings before him. I set up a Hall of Fame career, man. It was me who got him there. He just had a few outs at the end. That's all he had to do. And then he was like, no, I'm just joking.
So immediately he passed Trevor Hoffman and then is going to pass Mariano Rivera?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
So Robertson has 587 strikeouts. He's punched out 587 batters. Of his 1,136, Robertson has punched out 587 batters. I don't know what that means, Kevin. Struck them out. I don't know.
Okay.
I have no clue what that means.
Let's
so there you
skip
go.
to the next
we'll move
part.
on to the next phase of this. The writing on that was very difficult for me to understand. Cody Bradford, over the weekend also, Kevin, gets a loss. He actually pitched a quality game. He got a quality game.
Honestly, that's what I really care about.
And for the rest of the season, that's all we're really looking for from him.
Yeah.
He throws the one in the dirt that could have been a double play, and then, he gets behind the 8 ball there, and that really stinks. But Cody Bradford, Kevin, my question to you is he inching his way up on the list for you next season?
Yeah, absolutely. I really think he is. Now, part of that might be because I'm desperately searching for components that we know will be on this team and will be good to go from a pitching perspective. But I'm starting to feel more and more comfortable with Cody Bradford, just like no competition, you're in.
Okay, all right.
We'll have other spots to fill, but for him, looks good.
And then also, Kevin, I'm going to dip down into minor league baseball. Over the weekend, Cole Drake made his first start for the Frisco Rough Riders. 6 innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts. He currently has a 4.91 ERA because he did have a relief inning where I think he had a 27 ERA for a bit.
Dear.
But that was a relief inning, Kevin,
Okay.
not a start.
Okay.
So my question to you is, why all of a sudden are the Rangers relief pitchers minor league pitchers so awesome? 2 straight weeks of Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker pitching fantastic. This is 2 straight weeks from them. And then add on to that this Cole Drake kid. And they got some kid named DeGrom also in not in the Rough Riders system.
He's
but
an older fella.
I'm pretty sure he was pitching a minor league game, Kevin. I don't know if you know this or not.
Yes,
this DeGrom kid's not up on the bump
He
of
is
the
an
Rangers.
older player, but yes,
All right.
I am aware.
But what's going on here? Is it just the San Antonio Mission or a terrible baseball team, or do we have some good pitching going on?
Are you insinuating they could be the White Sox of the minor league?
Maybe they are.
I don't know that to be the case, but I don't really mind either way, as long as we're pitching better.
Kevin, the pitching has actually been a good thing for the Rangers this year.
It has.
Hitting is stunk.
True.
The Cleveland Guardians hitting also had stunk for a little while. They had lost 8-1 to the Yankees, 6-0 to the Yankees, 2-0 to the Guardians, 2-1 to the Brewers. Both to the Brewers, 5-3 to the Brewers. They had a struggle going on. It was a struggle fest. Then they get up against the Rangers, 5-3. So on Saturday, instead of doing their typical thing, because their lead in the AL Central had shrunk down to just 1, they said, screw it. We're going to have a home run derby and play some hitting games during batting practice today. Home run derby and play some hitting games. And that cracked them out because, Kevin, on that day, they rallied for 13.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. 13 runs. 13. Well, Kevin, whenever it's this bad, you're just kind of rooting for fun stuff, right?
No.
So it was 13-5.
I don't want to see the Rangers get 30 runs scored against them.
That would suck. That being said, should Bochy make the decision and make the leap and start doing hitting games and home run derbies before the games now.
Yes. What are we going to do? Be worse at hitting?
and that's where I asked this question. What do you do to get out of a rut? Because all of us have that moment in time where, things aren't going well. We're only scoring one run. We're getting beaten 2-1. And then we're like, man, why can't I get out of this? What do you do to switch it up a little bit? Because, Kevin, for me,
I
clean my garage.
Oh.
The garage, do you park in front of your house or in the back of your house?
I do, because we let Brandon park in the back.
Okay.
And Jess is in the garage.
All right, so we park Adrian in the garage, and then I park in the driveway next to where she would park. We don't have enough room to get both cars in. But the garage, for whatever reason, everybody just takes their stuff out of cars except for me and just throws it down on the ground in the garage out there next to the bench. And so stuff piles up out there. And for me, when you get home and the first thing you see is a pile of crap, it stresses you out. It's just like, what's going on here? And then you clean it, and then somebody throws a bunch of crap out there again.
Yeah.
So when I'm in a rut, I go clean the garage. I clean up all their stuff. I start tossing stuff. I'm like, this is gone. See you later. Stack of Pokemon cards. See you later. Yeah, man, that's how it's going to be.
Do you flip them through them to see if there's anything?
I did.
Okay.
They were all basics.
Okay.
But yeah, man, that's my thing is I go through and I switch up the entire. I don't like move it all around. I just make sure it's tidy because I can't have the garage looking messy. If I'm going to pull in, that's the first thing I see in my house every day.
Okay.
No, I know I'm going to walk in. There's going to be some dishes in the sink, and that's going to tick me off even more.
There's been a couple of times that I've thought that my wife took the trash out and then she went the old school dorm way of just putting the bag of trash right outside the door.
Oh my gosh!
Like, come on,
I do that occasionally, but that's because I'm heading out in a few minutes to do it.
Yeah,
but you can't just leave it there overnight.
Now, not to go full coach speak here, but I will a little bit. I try to control the things that I can control, and what I mean by that is if there's a whole bunch of other smaller stuff that I've been putting off, then I'm like, all right. If things aren't going the way I want them to, I'm going to knock out like all these other things on my to-do list right now just so I can be like, hey, this part still sucks. But at least I did all these other productive things.
Alec, whenever you are in a rut, how do you get out of your rut? Do you go find what's your slump busting opportunity there?
That was a unique terminology. My go-to, honestly, and people call me a psycho for it, is I go on a run.
Oh, really?
And you can ask...
That'd be nice.
Like a long run?
Yes. Like, I was a distance runner in high school, so it's usually in the 3 to 6 mile range. So it's got to be a good, maybe half hour to 45 minutes of just the music blaring in the headphones. Nothing but a straight path in front of me. Some good sights maybe at a park. But that's like, whenever I'm feeling down, I'll just go on a run at the park. And afterwards, that runner's high. That's the most real feeling in the world.
Yeah,
where you're just like
awesome.
you're like, I'm that dude. After you finish that run, with this Texas heat, the t-shirt's a totally different color because you've sweat so much, and you're just like, yeah, I'm that guy. I can do anything at this point.
If it's even on. So,
yeah, it's usually off by mile
that
2.
Off, tuck it into the shorts.
Yeah.
Does that not distract you when you run?
No, I have these fancy running shorts that have like a loop on the back that's meant for you to tie like a shirt or a towel there.
That's pretty clever.
Yeah, so it kind of stays out of the way.
I like it.
Yeah, it's great.
I mean, not for me, but for people who are in far better shape, I like it.
Yeah, from the 214, the whole team needs to find a slump buster. I mean, yeah, whatever they need to find their... Kevin, the term slump buster, for the longest time, it meant... No, I'm gonna open up. I've heard about this. By the 903 says, feeling down, just head out and go fishing. That's their approach, is they go fishing. Somebody said runner's high is not real. Yeah, it is. Your endorphins release into your body. It's a great feeling. But yeah, the slump buster, Kevin, for many years was considered a baseball player, somebody that's in a slump, finds a mate, and then does the deed, and then that helps them out of that said slump, because they just needed something different in their lives.
I'm taking notes.
Yeah, it's how you get out of your rut.
Is that what you think of as a slump buster now, though?
Well, I mean, I told you my slump buster is cleaning the garage. So, yes, I'm not mating in the garage.
Okay. So that's what you think of straight away when you hear slump buster. You think I'm going to clean the garage.
That's what I think of now.
Is it?
For other people,
Is
Kevin,
it?
It's been one of those, it's been considered, again, find somebody to mate with.
Uh-huh.
That's a red M&M. If you just eat a bunch of green M&Ms all the time, you're just like, oh, man, I want a red M&M every once in a while. That's what Rodney Carrington taught me. And so every once in a while, you need a red M&M. Kind of change it up, man.
I'm surprised the runner's high is such a divisive topic because people are responding to that text that said it's not real, and they're like, it is real. And then another person said it's not real. That's why I ride the bike. Do you get a biker's high then?
I don't. I never did. I tried it. I don't get the same effect.
I am shocked by some of the texts about what a slump buster is. This has shocked me. I have never heard this before.
You are such a liar.
And I am again, it's just, I thought it was just a mate.
If I put a polygraph machine on you, it would burst into flames at that first question.
From 817, has anyone actually ever made it in the garage? Not in my garage that I know of. I've done it in the garage, yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, does Corey have the guts to make that his first question to our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola?
Have you ever made it in the garage?
Let's find out next right here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a